Good evening, everyone, and I'm just going to have to shut this other. Just 1 second. Little technical problem here. There we go. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting agenda for July 20th, 2020. I want to welcome everybody here this evening. And I'd like to start off by asking for a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ross, on the adoption of the agenda. I just wanted to, first of all, before we call the motion on the adoption of the agenda, does anybody on council have anything to add to the agenda? Councillor Oldham.
Mayor, I'd like to bring forth a notice of motion under councillor updates and statements. I believe that might be under number 8.
Okay, you want to bring forward a notice of motion. Okay, I'm going to have that under 8A. Councillor Oldham for notice of motion. Okay, I accept that. Okay, and we'll get to the context of that at that time. Any other things to add to the agenda from council? Seeing none, just going to go to our city manager, Mr. Farbrother. Do you have any additions to the agenda or any changes to our agenda?
No changes, Mr. Mayor. Okay,
thank you very much. I'd like to call a question on the motion as amended with the addition of Councillor Oldham's notice of motion. So I'd like to call a question on the motion. All those in favor? Okay, that looks good. That's been approved. Okay, we're going to the consent agenda. Just before I to ask first, is there anybody here that has any item they would like to see removed from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, could I get a motion, please, to make a motion for to approve the consent agenda? And I would ask the councillor making that motion to please read it in full about what we're removing.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor. I'd move that the recommendations contained in the following reports be approved. Item 3A, June 22nd, 2020, regular council meeting minutes. Item 9B, corporate plan project implementation and service changes update. Item 10C, C-1105-20, land use bylaw amendment, redistricting, Easton Stage 1, first reading. Item 10D, C-1121-20, economic development advisory committee bylaw, first reading. Item 10E, C-1125-20, land use bylaw amendment, redistricting, Prescott Stage 6, first reading. And item 12A, various board and committee meeting minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. With that, I will call the question on the motion. And thank you very much for the motion. And all those in favor, opposed if any. Councillor Roth, I didn't see your vote. There, I got it now. And that's approved unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. So we are going to be moving forward into a public hearing. So we are going to be doing a virtual public hearing this evening. And I would like to ask one of my colleagues on council if they would please read the public hearing opening statement. Councillor Oldham, go ahead.
Public hearings are convened in accordance with the Municipal Government Act of Alberta and have 2 purposes. The first is to provide stakeholders and community members with an opportunity to make submissions to council about the proposed bylaw. The second is to allow council to gather pertinent information on the proposed bylaw prior to making a decision. This is the public's last opportunity to comment on a proposed bylaw, as council is unable to receive further submissions after a public hearing is closed.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. So with that, in regards to the public hearing opening statement from 220-1122-20, sorry. It's a public hearing and it's a land use bylaw amendment. And we're looking to redistrict the redistricting of Copperhaven Stage 3. And because this future or this is a virtual meeting, I'm going to go to our so if she would do that, that would be great. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This public hearing is being held virtually in accordance with the meeting procedures, COVID-19 suppression regulation, and city bylaw C-1120-20 virtual procedures, COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing. Those requesting to make a verbal submission were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review the material. Council will then be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions of administration. And finally, the city clerk will read into the record any additional written submissions received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So that takes us to the presentation. And I would like to ask Mr. Nalavde if he would make the presentation on the public hearing related to Copperhaven Stage 3. Welcome, Mr. Nalavde, and another development. So let's hear what that's all about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Pankaj Nalavde. I am a senior planner with the city. And this evening, I am pleased to present bylaw 112220, which is Copperhaven Stage 3. And I'm just starting a screen share here. And this is a redistricting amendment to the land use bylaw. Sorry. The city received an application from Select Engineering on behalf of Melcor Developments to redistrict a 0.94 hectare parcel of land within lands legally described as Lot 4, Block 1, Plan 0522540 from Urban Reserve District to R1 Mixed Low to Medium Density Residential District. The public hearing for this bylaw was advertised in the July 3rd and July 10th, 2020 editions of the Spruce Grove Examiner, satisfying the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. The proposed bylaw amendment was also circulated to other departments, including Engineering and Public Works, and has received support for the amendment. Administration supports this bylaw. The subject lands are located within the Copperhaven neighborhood along the Copperhaven Drive as shown on the map. The West Area Structure Plan provides the planning framework for the Copperhaven neighborhood, and the ASP has identified these lands for mixed low to medium residential district. The redistricting application is consistent with the approved area structure plan. Subject lands are currently districted as UR Urban Reserve, which is a holding zone. The redistricting bylaw is proposing the R1 mixed low to medium residential district within the land use bylaw, and this district allows semi-detached dwellings as a permitted use and row housing as a discretionary use. The proposed redistricting will create a total of 24 lots, providing for 20 row housing units and 4 semi-detached dwelling units. I am also pleased to report that as of today, Melcor Developments have met the necessary requirements and signed the associated development agreement for Copperhaven Stage 3. Melcor's representatives and consultants are also in attendance to answer any of your questions. With that, I will conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to remind the public that they may make submissions during this hearing by sending an email to our city clerk to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. So with that, I'll go to our city clerk and ask if anybody from the public has been registered to speak. Marilyn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had no individuals register to speak to this public hearing.
Okay. Just want to remind the public again, if there's anybody here that would like to make a submission or make comments or ask questions during the public hearing, I want to remind everyone again, it's your opportunity now to send that in by email to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. So if you could do that, we're going to give you a little bit of time and we'll just do a little bit of a pause. Just ask the city clerk, have we had any other written submissions at all in regards to this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been monitoring our email and we have not received any submissions regarding this public hearing by email.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to my colleagues on City Council and ask them if there's any clarification for questions or they would like to ask Mr. Nalavde. Any questions of Mr. Nalavde in regards to this public hearing? Okay, I guess for the second time this evening to the city clerk, have we received any emails in regards to this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No emails have come in.
Okay. I'm just going to give it a minute or so and then we can, I'll ask for a third and final time if there's any additional submissions have been received by email. So we'll just give that a few minutes. So no questions from council to administration. So I guess that speaks to a good presentation, Mr. Nalavde. What do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a relatively straightforward redistricting application in a new area. So we generally don't expect many questions, but thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk again for the third and final time this evening if there's any additional submissions that we've received via email.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've received no further submissions.
Okay, and then my next question to you, do you feel that we provided ample time for people to send in email requests? Is that appropriate at this time?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have asked 3 times and we provided ample time. The requirements have been advertised on our website and in the newspaper.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to be sure that that we did provide ample time for people if they wanted to send something in. So with that, thank you very much. I'm going to declare the public hearing on bylaw C 1122-20 closed. Thank you. Okay, council presentations are none and public delegations, we don't have any. So we're going to the public question and answer period. I want to ask our city clerk if anyone has registered to speak, if you could do that. And has there been any registered to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no individuals registered to speak, but we do have 2 emailed submissions for public question and answer period today.
Okay. So does a councillor need to read the statement prior to that then, if we're starting that process, because somebody could still call in, could they not? Or
our process is that individuals can still email in. So yes, please ask one of your fellow colleagues to read the statement. Thank you.
okay, so if I could get one of my colleagues to read the public question and answer period statement. I appreciate Councillor Roth, go ahead.
Members of the public wishing to address council verbally during public question and answer period at tonight's meeting are given the opportunity to pre-register with the city clerk's office until 12 p.m. today. Members of the public were also given the opportunity to email a question prior to the meeting and may also submit an emailed question at that time. Public question and answer period is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of council. Speakers will not be allowed to discuss items that are before the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board or the Assessment Review Board, or any issue currently being dealt with in a statutory public hearing. The question and answer period does not involve opinions or formal presentations. Those should be referred to the presentation and delegation section of a future council meeting. Administration will assist members of the public who wish to make a formal presentation. These questions may be answered by council or referred to administration for further investigation. In all cases, you will receive a reply. Those persons wishing to speak during public and question and answer period may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth, for that. So go ahead, Mrs. Gray, in regards to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first question was received by email and is from Jill Stewart of Meadowlink Gate, Spruce Grove. Her question is the city of Spruce Grove considering making masks mandatory in enclosed public spaces? And if not, why not?
Okay, I'm going to refer that to our city manager, Mr. Cotterill. A question regarding masks and how does our emergency management agency view that? Mr. Farbrother?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From the city's perspective at the moment is that because of the size of the community and the expertise that is available in the province with respect to the healthcare side of the COVID situation, is that for most of the sort of major policy in terms of whether major facilities are open or not, in terms of social distancing, in terms of when people are tested for COVID, and then also when people wear masks or do not wear masks, we typically will defer to the province with respect to guidance. And that's fairly common amongst the municipalities of a similar size to the city of Spruce Grove. And I'm not sure that we're likely to deviate from that unless council specifically wishes us to do so.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Farbrother. And, I think, to the extent of the position we are in as a city, I appreciate the feedback. And I really want to thank the resident for asking the question, because it speaks to the level of concern that some of our residents had. And I just want to, again, say thank her very much for the question. And we're going to continue to monitor the situation. At the current time, as Mr. Farbrother indicated, it's not being explored at this time. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And you had another question, Mrs. Gray, so if you would.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our second question was received by email as well and is from Larissa Gates of Danfield Place, Spruce Grove. Her question is, I live on Danfield Place and I've noticed the intersection at Deer Park Boulevard and Deer Park Drive is very busy. There's a daycare close by, and there's often many children crossing this street to get into the playground. I have seen up to 20 plus children crossing throughout the day. Can the city paint a crosswalk at this intersection for the safety of pedestrians?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Farbrother. There's a question related to safety near one of the playgrounds in Deer Park. I'm not sure if you want to speak to that or refer it to somebody, but I'll put it over to you.
So we're very happy to take a look at the specifics of any individual situation. Mr. Lavassa's area would cover that. As council is aware that there's certain protocols and standards that guide our decision making, but ultimately it is around public safety. So I don't know whether Mr. Lavassa wishes to add anything, but we're quite happy to take a look at the particular circumstance that the lady has identified.
Okay, and thank you very much, Mr. Farbrother. Mr. Lavasser, did you want to add anything to that?
Nothing further, Mr. Mayor. We will be in contact with the resident to get further details, and we can certainly add that to our list to review.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lavisheur. And with that, I also have a question from a member of council, Councillor Roth.
Mr. Mayor or Mr. Farbrother, I don't know whether it's procedure that anybody who emails a question in on an online meeting gets a response, but I think the woman who asked the question about masks should be given a response.
We can certainly do that, and normally the normal process is that we do respond to all public question and answers that are raised at a council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a good point, Councillor Roth. You know, she may not be on the live stream and she may not get the answer to her question, but as we said in our preamble that you know, all questions of council and administration will be answered in some form, either verbally or in written form. So thank you for the update and reminder for us to get back to her on that. Okay, any further questions of council to our city clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just checked our inbox and we have received no further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to move out of the public question and answer period, which was item 7 on our agenda. And I'm going to go into councillor statements and updates. And I'm going to go to 8A where we have, I'm going to ask Councillor Oldham, who has requested a notice of motion on under 8A. And the notice of motion will be entered and there will be no debate on it. It will be simply a statement of intent. Go ahead, Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to put through a notice of motion to use up to $5,000 from council contingency to upgrade the park east of Lynxview Way and south of Lynxview Court. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will have that. Thank you very much for the notice of motion. And then we will have, that's an opportunity for us to, you know, give a heads up to our administration and to council as well in regards to a discussion that will take place at our next council meeting, hopefully. Thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. With that, there's no vote or no debate. It's just a notice of motion. So we'll move forward to 9A. And this is an administrative update by our city manager, Mr. Farbrother. Council, our administration in the city look forward to updates that you have on COVID within our city. And if you could please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As of 4 p.m. today, I'm pleased to announce there are no active cases of COVID within the limits of the city of Spruce Grove. Having said that, you know, numbers continue to fluctuate in a number of communities across the province, and there are currently 7 active cases in the immediate region. But to your earlier comments and the question by the lady around wearing masks, the best strategy and the best approaches to dealing with COVID is social distancing and washing hands and wearing masks in areas where there is you know, greater likelihood of the potential for transmission. So all those things remain very, very important, and it's really the due diligence of our population that leads to, you know, the success rate that we sort of currently have. Some specific updates. The Emergency Management Agency continues to work on a regular basis and meet. You know, a number of changes were made when the province went to stage 2. There is to date no announcements of the timelines for moving to stage 3, and it's likely that they are going to be deferred a little bit simply because of the, you know, overall changes in numbers within the province. Having said that, within stage 2, one of the elements that was made available to be opened was the spray park, and that has been open and up and running since June 30th, and we are starting to get some hotter days, so that's good. Capacity in terms of the spray park is really given and driven around safety. and minimizing travel times as well, because a larger group of people from right across the province coming to the spray park would obviously increase the level of risk than if it is residents that are close by. The Parkland Connect initiative sponsored and implemented by Spruce Grove FCSS is up and running now. And this is really to deal with the social support systems of people dealing with in an environment of massive change. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily feel it, but there's a lot of pressures on people at the moment from employment, from social connectivity. And the Parkland Connect is providing the initial counselling session free to any resident in terms of providing some support in that regard. Joint use of, as council is aware, through joint use agreements, there is public access of school gymnasiums, etc., community rooms. The access to those facilities is going to remain limited and is currently suspended, and will probably tie directly to more formalized openings of the schools, and so will ultimately be driven through the province and the school boards. What it does mean, and we have notified most of the user groups, that access to those facilities is unlikely to be available in the near term, and may stretch out into the winter as well. We will just have to monitor that situation. There are, hopefully other venues that people can use in a fashion that still meets the requirement of the province in terms of social gatherings. In terms of continuing to serve the community, we continue to do that in essentially a virtual way as much as possible, and would continue to direct people to sprucegrove.org/COVID-19, which is a large repository of information on a whole range of topics that people can access. And certainly if there are additional questions, please send us an email or contact us. As mentioned before, there is a fluctuation in COVID cases. They do tend to go in blocks and groups. And they do tend to be related to sort of large gatherings, and they're not limited to gatherings that are just indoors. And so just encouraging people to remember that when you're at the beach or an outdoor recreational opportunities, to remember that social distancing remains important in those locations as well. That's the basic update today. That is any sort of different from some of the existing situations. Obviously, the tax deferral program continues, the utility deferral program continues, and the consequence of council making a decision to not increase taxes by 4% does directly influence the amount of taxes that we are collecting from residents when they are actually paying the bill this year. So that is providing a financial benefit in a sense to residents. And the city does continue to provide online support and other activities to the business community. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Farbrother. I had a question posed to me earlier this week that I thought I would ask you during this update. And the question was, is the city planning in the near future of opening City Hall to walk-in traffic on a limited basis, or is that still currently on hold? That was one of the questions I'd like you to answer.
We had targeted to keep City Hall closed until September. Part of that work is that we're actually evaluating the potential for people to continue to work at home post-COVID, and also to develop more hoteling opportunities in City Hall, which means that essentially you're ensuring the safety of people working in the City Hall, but accommodating people in a different fashion that relates to their if they're working from home for part of the week. Long-term implications of that are obviously that it saves in terms of future administrative assets. So far, we've had very, very, very minimal requests for actual direct public access. And we've been able to find ways to essentially accommodate any citizen in that regard. Some of the cities, a number of the city's facilities, there is certainly public interaction with residents. Sway Park would be a good example of that. But where we don't need to do it, our preference at the moment is to avoid that, because obviously it means that residents stay safe and so do staff.
Okay, great. Anybody else from council have any questions of Mr. Farbrother while the floor is open? Councillor Roth, did you have your hand up? No, okay. I guess you were just scratching your eyebrow. One of my colleagues to accept for information and report from Mr. Farbrother on the city's COVID update. And thank you again, Mr. Farbrother, for that and for all the work that you and your staff are doing in regards to implementing what we'd call extremely unusual circumstances and how we're dealing with them as a city. So if I could get a motion, please. Councillor Stevenson. To accept for information, Mr. Farbrother's report.
Councillor Grolke. I will move that to accept Simon Farbrother's report as information.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't see anybody's hand up. I didn't see anybody, so I just picked one. So sorry about that, Councillor. Yes. So with that, thank you very much. I'll call the question on the motion to accept for information Mr. Farbrother's report. Okay, thank you. That's been carried by everybody unanimously. Okay, let's move forward. Could I get a motion, please, under 10A? We're going to go into our bylaw section of our council meeting. Could I get a motion under 10A for second reading for redistricting Copperhaven under second reading, please? Councilor
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'll move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1122-20 land use bylaw amendment redistricting Copperhaven.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Nalavde, Copperhaven Stage 3, this is what we just dealt with in our public hearing. This is for second reading. If you want to provide a brief update in regards to that again for public that are watching, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Administration has brought forward a request for decision seeking Council's second reading of bylaw C-1122-20, Copperhaven Stage 3, which is a redistricting amendment to the land use bylaw. Sorry. A detailed presentation was provided earlier this evening during the public hearing of this bylaw. At this point, I will just touch on the key highlights so we can focus on discussion and questions. The proposed redistricting bylaw will redistrict a 0.94 hectare parcel of land within the Copperhaven neighborhood from UR Urban Reserve to R1 mixed low to medium density residential, creating 24 new lots split between 20 row housing lots and 4 semi-detached lots. Administration supports this bylaw. This evening, the developer has also met the necessary requirements and signed the associated development agreement for Copperhaven Stage 3. As such, administration is also supporting the third reading of this bylaw. With that, I will conclude my presentation and I'm happy to answer any questions from council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open up the questions to my colleagues on council if they have any questions in regards to the second reading. Councillor McKenzie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. My question isn't really about necessarily the actual redistricting. I don't have any major concerns about it. My question is more, and I think when we come to these sorts of things, I continue to ask and kind of push. It's more on the engineering standards and or our policies on the number of houses that we allow with only one access. And ironically, the resident's question in regards to the Deer Park, looking at a crosswalk, but she actually made reference to, it's a busy area. And when you look at Deer Park, that area has always concerned me, and we just keep adding more and more and more houses, and we only have one access in and out for that. It ends up, being a big cul-de-sac with many legs on it. But when I look at this map, and it's to me, it's becoming another Copperhaven. So I guess my question to administration is, are we looking into any sort of policies or guidelines as to when do we start and making sure that a developer has a second road connection into an area? When you look at Copperhaven, now it's starting to continue. We're nowhere near where we are with Deer Park, but I just think that it is something that we should be looking at more on a safety standard. If you were to have something happen at the entrance, you have a lot of residents that potentially could be blocked. So that's just my question.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, this question did come up during the technical circulation. Our city tries to follow some standards similar to the National Fire Code, and the comment and the recommendation was provided from the fire services to look at the single access issue. In considering this issue and where the solution may lie, we are exploring a potentially temporary access in a large space where an emergency vehicle can access or people can move temporarily before they're taken somewhere else. That piece is being explored through the development agreement, and possibly for any subsequent stage, the second access will become potentially a requirement. What we also learned through this review is that since the neighborhood is new, when we approve lots, there is a fair amount of time between all the lots get built and occupied. So right now, since we are still in the earlier stages, that one access is able to support the application we have in front of us. But as we move forward for the subsequent stage, maybe next year or so, our review will be much more stringent and say now developer has to provide something. But in the meantime, we are also working through a temporary access to alleviate any interim problems. So does that sort of satisfy your question?
Yes, thank you very much. And like I said, it's not really, I don't have any objections of this. I just feel that we do, within the city, I think we've done a few developments here and there throughout. And I know anytime I drive into Deer Park, I always get worried because there is a lot of houses that are built, and I understand that. And yes, Copperhaven is new and there is a lot of empty lots still, but I just want to make sure that we are on top of it. So I appreciate that administration is looking at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. And that's an excellent question to our administration to second reading. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Nalavde. And I just wanted to move forward and call the question for second reading. Call the question on the motion. Okay, that's been passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And Mr. Nalavde, I guess the question is, you had indicated that administration is supporting third reading this evening on this?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
The developer has
They would be,
completed the development agreement, so we can give them the third reading.
Okay, I had, there was some question or not whether that development agreement had was going to be completed today, so I just wanted to verify before I called the question on third reading, if that was going to be completed as of today. So I just wanted to, with that, I will call for a motion for third reading on Copperhaven. Councillor McKenzie? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll call that third reading be given to bylaw C-1122-20 land use bylaw amendment redistricting Copperhaven stage 3.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Acker has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for that. It was a little choppy there during the second reading and I missed my opportunity. So it's just a question with the redistricting. It's kind of just feeding into Copperhaven. Is the traffic circle that we have on Grove Drive performing to the expectations that we expected for that? I know as we grow Copperhaven, we have the schools around there. It's becoming a pinch point. But has there been any work looking at that outside of this as we're growing in and further developing the lands? Is it operating as we expected?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Acker, through the technical review, an issue has not come up. So my answer is on the assumption that it is working within the service limits, but I would be happy to go back to our engineering counterparts and figure out if that is working to the service levels, and if not, through a subsequent stage, it will get addressed. But we are constantly looking at all these factors through the technical review.
Perfect. That's all I want to hear. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to refer to Mr. Lavassier. He wanted to chime in on that one. Mr. Lavassier, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple extra details. So the original design of the roundabout was designed for the full completion of the roadway and the associated traffic volumes. And so most of the experiences that we've received as far as concerns from residents has been at peak times for school drop-off and school pickup. So we are looking at solutions or possible solutions with the school boards on that.
Yeah, that's great. And Councillor Acker raises a good question, because I know with pickups and drop-offs at the school, there was a lot of stacking of vehicles and backing up into the Copper Haven school area a little bit farther west. But thanks for the question, Councillor Acker. And it sounds like those engineering standards and TIAs for that intersection are adequate according to our engineering. Any other further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion for third reading. Okay, that's got it. Thank you very much. That's been carried. And we are going to, for those of us that are, or the public that are following along, for paper copies, we're going to be going to page 43 of our agenda package. And if I could get a motion, please, for 10B. Councillor McKenzie, or sorry, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm everyone tonight. It's fine. I'll make the motion that third reading be given to bylaw C-1102-19, Municipal Development Plan Bylaw Amendment, EMRB updates.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pushko, welcome to this evening. You've done a lot of work on this, and we appreciate a lot of behind the scenes work in regards to density targets and the work we're doing on our municipal development plan. So go ahead and give us the update for third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just quickly share my screen. Okay, I trust that it's all up there. So thank you. So this is, as you mentioned,
Point of
bylaw.
order, Mr. Pushko, it is not up there right now. Can you please just double check the screen share?
All right.
I'm not seeing it.
Okay,
Not
sorry.
seeing it.
I believe that is it there then.
There we go. Yep.
Okay,
Got it
sorry
now.
about that. Okay. Okay, thank you. So back to the report then. So this is bylaw C-1102-19, as mentioned, for third reading. So the purpose of this bylaw was to amend Spruce Grove's municipal development plan to update it to be consistent with the Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Growth Plan. So this work was follow-on work from the regional context statement that was approved by council in October of 2018. And so this work included a resolution to direct the administration to prepare the MDP amendments required to bring this into conformity with the growth plan. So it's been a couple months since we've been circulating this to the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board. So I'll go over quickly just some of the highlights of this proposed bylaw. So the bylaw included two types of proposed changes, those required to bring the MDP into conformance as mentioned, plus minor maintenance type changes that take advantage of this opportunity to open the municipal development plan up. These changes include amendments that updated the MDP for replacing the language of capital region with the Edmonton metropolitan region in text, figures, and definitions, identified that the city is within the metropolitan area policy tier of the Edmonton metropolitan region structure. There was a policy added encouraging a 10% increase of residential dwelling units in built-up urban areas, including established neighborhoods, and to define what built-up urban areas are. This work is interesting and will be followed on by city administration working over time to consider possible ways to add gentle density without significantly altering the built form and scale of the mature neighborhoods. Possibilities here include considering a range of housing scales near major commercial hubs, along transit corridors, residential avenues, and main streets. Opportunity there could include possibilities for walk-up apartment buildings and townhousing. Also converting existing single detached dwellings into multi-unit residences, including secondary suites, possible duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. And also the ability to add accessory dwelling units like laneway suites and backyard suites in low density residential areas. We currently have some of that in the city, but we would be undertaking a more defined look at how this may be applied to all the built up urban areas in the city. The new policies also include an increase in new area structure plan minimum greenfield densities to 35 dwelling units per net residential hectare. We added a policy to pursue achieving an aspirational density of 100 dwelling units per net residential hectare in the city center. We updated policy for area structure plan amendment referrals to the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board for a regional evaluation framework review. We added supportive policy for the Edmonton International Airport and added policy requiring agricultural impact assessments. The maintenance type changes that are being proposed were the municipal development plan would remove references that no annexations are required during the life of the MDP, updating the existing and future land use maps, and adjusting the gateway lands terminology to West Wind lands. So that concludes my presentation. We did circulate this to the EMRB and got word back that they had approved it. There was no appeal as of July 10th, the deadline. So it was therefore approved at the EMRB. Planning and Development supports third reading of this proposed bylaw. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Acker, I don't have my full screen, so go ahead if I can't see you at the moment, but I'll just move my, there we go. So Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Perfect. And thank you so much for providing a little additional detail on the policy of the 10% increase for established neighborhoods. I think that's one that I'm concerned and will be keeping an eye on as it falls through different policies. But I have a question in a broader sense, because I know the Bright Future MDP had a window from 2010 to 2020. So we realistically are probably going to be going back into a new MDP development process with our public. Hopefully these density and housing styles will be part of that discussion when we go out to our community to get feedback on their view of the future of the city development. Do you have an idea of the planning for the renewal or the new MDP process? Is that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor's question. So it certainly is something we have on the tops of our mind in the planning department, is getting that work underway. We are currently in the midst of an annexation, so I think some of the delay in getting the plan up to date is to have the annexation happen so we can address that issue in the new MDP. Certainly, this amendment here bridges the gap, but I know internally we are starting to prepare to answer the question of what a new MDP is going to look like. And I would expect that over the next few months to a year before the annexation, we will be discussing that with council and considering the issue to get that work underway.
Perfect. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other further questions or comments? I just wanted to thank administration for, for getting through this part of the process. I know it's a requirement by all member municipalities of the EMRB to update their municipal development plans. So with this vote coming this evening, it will get us over that stage, and happy to hear that we haven't had any that's been approved by the EMRB review, and no appeals on that. So there's no further questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Pushko and administration, Mr. Lavassier, for leading the work on that. And with that, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, that's been carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move forward. For those following along on the paper copy, we're going to page 213 of your documents, and it's a big document. Like our agenda this evening was, fairly extensive. But we're on page 213 under the Sturgeon River Watershed Management Plan. And Mr. Inglis, if you're on stream, I understand you're going to be doing the presentation. So I'd like to introduce this item under 11A, Sturgeon River Watershed Management Plan, and ask Mr. Inglis if you could please introduce the item. Mr. Lavassier?
Mr. Mayor, just prior to Mr. Inglis beginning his presentation, or in the introduction of the presentation, I would just like to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Inglis, Manager of Environmental Science and Transit, for his service to the City of Spruce Grove. As of August 14th, Mr. Inglis has decided to pursue another career in one called retirement. So just want to wish him well as he proceeds in that new journey. So it will be his last council meeting.
Well,
I'll
I'm
be sure
not
to
sure.
ask him plenty of questions.
I'm not sure if I approve that or not. So I'll have to see. But if he still has more work to do, I might not be able to let him go just yet. So we'll see. But anyway, Mr. Inglis, thank you very much, and congratulations on the next step. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry to steal Mr. Inglis's thunder, but we did actually miss second reading of item 10D, which is the Economic Development Advisory Committee bylaw. So Mr. Inglis, if you don't mind sitting tight for a moment, we'll maybe address that item first.
Okay, that was for second reading on that. I thought that was under our consent agenda. Maybe I must.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The MGA requires 3 separate and distinct readings of bylaws. So the first reading was on consent agenda, but we do need to have council give second reading right now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had marked that off on my agenda package, so it's my error. So thanks, Mr. Inglis. You can just take a bit of a break, thinking a little bit more about your retirement, and we'll go back to asking one of my colleagues on council if they could make a motion, please, for second reading under Economic Development Advisory. Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1121-20 Economic Development Advisory Committee bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Economic Development Advisory Committee, or known as EDAC, was established by City Council as a council committee back in 2010, operating under terms of reference approved by Council at that time. EDAC was intended to provide recommendations and advice to Council and administration on the development and implementation of the city's economic development strategy. Upon review of the statutory requirements of Council Committee, administration recently identified inconsistencies in the establishment and operation of EDAC, whereby it has been operating more as a hybrid between a council committee and an administrative advisory committee. The issue was discussed at the committee of the whole meeting on May 19th, and the discussion indicated support for retaining EDAC as a council committee, subject to making the changes necessary to bring it into conformity with the Municipal Government Act. At that time, we had also identified several other options. The changes in the bylaw that we are proposing that would bring EDAC into conformity would be, first of all, it will be established by a bylaw rather than a council resolution. And the bylaw sets out its mandate, composition, and procedures. Major changes from existing practice include, there are probably 4 major changes. The first one is that meetings will be open to the public and will be subject to closed session requirements under the Municipal Government Act and FOIP. 2, the committee will be required to provide an annual work plan for council approval and an annual report to council regarding the committee's activities and progress. 3rd, the committee recommendations will be brought forward to council rather than through administration. Council may elect to send the recommendations to administration for review and report back on possible impacts. The development and presentation of recommendations will be done by EDAC itself. And 4thly, administration will provide support to the committee, but it will be limited to preparation of minutes, agenda, and providing general procedural guidance. These recommended changes will bring EDAC into conformity with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. With that, I'd be very pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Walker. I'm extremely pleased to finally see this at council. It's one of those committees that we've been desperately waiting to meet again. So thank you for bringing this forward. And I'm looking forward to moving this so we can get the committee reconvened. I have a couple of questions in terms of memberships. So it's on, I don't even know what page it is, but it's in the bylaw themselves. So when we're talking about membership, it says 1 member to be nominated by the Greater Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce from their board. Does that mean that their board is nominating someone, or the member is a member of their board?
It would mean that the board would recommend one of their members to sit on EDAC.
Okay, so I guess maybe I'm looking for a little bit of clarification here, because the question did arise from that group whether or not they could have a staff person be the member versus a member of the chamber. So I think we should clarify that, as well as I believe when we spoke about this before, we did want to put in a caveat that they had to be a resident of Spruce Grove as well. So we might want to put those that recommendation in.
Okay.
And then I guess it would be the same for C as well, for the City Center Business Association, if it's from the board is the nomination, or if they can have the staff person, same deal. I think we should clarify.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, presently with EDAC, the chamber representation is limited to the board.
It's limited to a board member?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so when we say from their board, it's clear to them as well that it's a board member, and that member, because it's now a region, it will be, I'm sure we're assuming it'll be a Spruce Grove resident. Or do we have to clarify that in this bylaw?
We can certainly clarify that it must be a resident of Spruce Grove. It can certainly be changed, I guess. As I say, our existing practice is that for the last 10 years is that the chamber has sent a board member to sit on EDAC.
Okay, so not staff.
But not staff, no.
Okay, perfect. I had one more question, but I might have actually smashed those two together. So if I remember again, I will come back. So I will leave that for now. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Roth, then Councillor Gilkey, and then Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. My question also relates to membership, and it specifies that we can have up to 3 Spruce Grove City Councilors appointed. So I'm looking for clarification on that. Is it up to council whether we appoint 3? And if we only appointed 2, then we would have an even number of members. So I'm looking for clarification on the the opportunity to appoint up to 3 councillors?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, presently we have 3 council members who do sit on EDAC. It's the wording, I believe, is up to 3. So I don't think there is a requirement that it necessarily has to be 3. It could be 2, for example.
Okay. Second question also relates to membership, and that is we potentially would have 11 board members, advisory board members, and that seems to me like a very large committee. I'm wondering if any consideration was given to size. I think I know the intention, and the intention seems to be that you want to get adequate representation from all stakeholders, chamber, for example, business and industrial community, and so on. But 11 members seems like a very large committee.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, presently our committee size is 9 members. So we are expanding it by 2. And I know when the issue came up in EDAC for discussion, it was felt that it could benefit from some additional representation from the commercial and industrial sectors. So that was the reason it was expanded by 2 members. So that basically, so for the 11 members, we have 3 council members, and then basically 8 private sector members. And again, that's up to council. If they would prefer to see a smaller committee, that's certainly possible too. We could certainly keep our existing numbers. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly possible. But you know, in terms of my observations, I guess, with regard to the way the committee has functioned, they're really, you know, with the 9 members, I mean, it's worked very well. Adding 2 additional members from the business community, I'm not sure it would really, I think it would help in terms of basically bringing in other viewpoints. And so again, it would be a little more diverse mix. So on that side of it, there are certainly some merits to it.
Okay, next question, Mr. Walker. Is it the intention that the committee would recommend the appointment of the chairperson and the vice chairperson? I know on some boards and committees, the board or committee itself will nominate someone to council, presumably for ratification. Is that how this works, or is there a different procedure anticipated?
It's what we're contemplating at the present time is that city council would that the chairperson and the co-chairperson would be city council members. That's what's being contemplated.
Okay. And the last question, and it relates to 5.8, is it the intention that the chairperson would also sit on subcommittees? Because as I read 5.8, it seemed to suggest that that was the case. And if that's not the case, then perhaps the wording needs to be a little bit more clear. You can just take that comment back and maybe just review 5.8 if you don't mind. And it's just that, and I'm not saying that it says that the chairperson would sit on a subcommittee, but it's not clear to me.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth, for the questions. Councillor Rilke, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Walker. Just a question, 2 questions. 1, 6.2, the committee reporting to council. I'm just for clarification, just because my mind read it as to the council committee members, but that would be actually a come to council and present to council as a whole. Is that correct for 6.2?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. Present time, the reporting of EDAC is through administration, and the intent was now that the committee would report directly to council.
Okay, perfect. I support that. And then Councillor Stevenson had brought up that the GPRC member be a Spruce Grove resident. I would word it as preferred, be a Spruce Grove resident, as plenty of business owners would be have an active stake, but maybe not be a business, or may not be a resident of Spruce Grove, and I wouldn't want to preclude somebody really great being able to not attend just because of their location. So I would be open to it being preferred that they be a Spruce Grove member or a Spruce Grove resident, because I don't think we limit that currently, do we? It's just stakeholders.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. She could probably talk me into it, but that's what my suggestion would be, is preferred at this moment. And those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grilke. And for that question, I'm going to go to Councillor McKenzie next, and then Councillor Stevenson. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you. Through you to administration, and yeah, to address Councillor Grilke also just made the comment, and I guess that's where I was going to say is when we're looking at the board representative member, I don't think they necessarily have to be a resident of Spruce Grove. If they own a business in Spruce Grove, I think is the bigger concern, because we can have, you know, adequate business owners in Spruce Grove. I wouldn't want to see somebody from Wabanum on our EDAC for Spruce Grove, you know, and so that's just what I agree now that it is the greater Parkland County Regional Chamber, and there is that potential of that happening. The other thing is, and I think it was Councillor Roth who mentioned this, is the up to 3 councillors. It does concern me, especially when on 4.2 that the councillors are voting members, because if we only have 2 members on, then it does give the potential of the even number, and you end up with issues that potentially could arise. I also really struggle with whether we require 3 councillors on this board. We have many other boards, and our councillors are, we're pulling in many different directions, and we have a lot of different boards out there. So, I kind of just wonder if it isn't 1 councillor and an alternate, but I'm not too sure as to that. Or do we have the mayor and a councillor on it, but then that changes the total number. So just my comment on that. I really struggle with the 3 councillors.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. I remembered my question, but just to address Councillor Grilke, I wonder if it's even more important that they're not necessarily like a Spruce Grove resident, but that they're a Spruce Grove business owner. Because if they are there to represent economic development and doing business in the city, who cares where they live, but they should actually have a business in Spruce Grove, because then they're actually maybe a little bit more understanding and providing that point of view. So I don't know if other people agree with me, but I think maybe that's even more important than the residency component, because the CCBA would be the same way, right? You might not live here, but you have a business in the city center. So good point, Councillor, for that one. My other question is, this has been, I think, a question since a few of us have started, is how often this committee would meet. It seemed to be that we would meet when it was necessary. Now the makeup is slightly different, or the intention of this committee. It doesn't say how often we have to meet, but we are expected, this committee, to present to council annually. Is this the way the other bylaws are written for council committees? There's not a set number of times you meet. It's just that you're expected to put a schedule together on when you do meet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intent basically would be for the committee to meet on a quarterly basis. So it would every 3 months.
And does that need to be reflected in the bylaw or no? It's just yeah, I don't know.
Mr. Walker.
We can certainly put that in the bylaw. I mean, it's every 3 months or at the call of the chairperson.
Okay, great, thanks. And I personally don't have a problem with 3 committee or council members on there. It seems to be working well with the 3 current ones. Obviously, I don't have a crazy amount of experience with previous councils, but the 3 of us on the committee seem to, I don't have an issue with those 3. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. To the city clerk, did you want to weigh in? Mrs.
You know what? Thank you,
Right.
Mr. Mayor. Dave, Mr. Walker did answer the question. So I do have a couple other comments. Typically the work plan would be approved by council. So that's where you would specify how many meetings are taking place, but we can certainly look into including a minimum amount of meeting times and place that in the bylaw if it's council's desire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd certainly support that suggestion. I know that, with the committee, it seems very sporadic. I think if there was more of a structured time frame when they'd meet in March and July and, and have those dates set out, I think that would be, a little bit of a better format. So I certainly support that. And I guess on the number of counselors that should, I think it's important for, I don't know, it says my
You're freezing
Mr.
up.
Mayor, you're really breaking.
connection is on. Am I starting to flutter?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to indicate that I believe the fact that being able to give additional counselors exposure to economic development, I think it's important for the third counselor to be there in the meetings to hear some of that information and try to give a broader exposure to that. So I'm very supportive of a third, and that's why when I initially added another counselor and giving them that experience and that opportunity. So with that, I'll close my comments with thanking everyone for the questions. Any other questions or comments in regards to this bylaw for second reading? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you. That's been carried unanimously. Okay, and then and thank you very much, and apologize for that little glitch on when we started the discussion on this one, going past it. So let's go back up to the Sturgeon River. Thank you very much, Mr. Walker, for that presentation, and we will go to
Thank you.
our Sturgeon River Watershed Management Plan. Mr. Inglis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it is with great delight that we're here tonight with the completion of a new Sturgeon River Watershed Management Plan. It's a piece of work that has been taking place for a considerable period of time with a wide variety of municipalities and stakeholders being involved in the process. So tonight I'm delighted to have Leah Consgrud, Executive Director of the North Saskatchewan River Watershed Alliance, and Petra Raul, consultant who has worked extensively on the development of the Sturgeon River Watershed, to present a short presentation, which will be followed obviously by questions. And I will pass it off to Leah and to Petra.
Well, hello, everybody. Mayor and Council, thank you so much for allowing us to provide you an update. The last time we were here, we gave you an update in probably about middle of 2019. And as Pat said, we have made quite a milestone in finishing the Watershed Management Plan. So I'm just going to start sharing my screen with you so you can follow along. Some of the exciting things that have happened include that we did receive recently receive an Alberta Community Partnership Grant to help fund the implementation of the management plan. So today, just a quick outline, I'm going to give you a bit of a background about the Sturgeon River Watershed, the Alliance itself, the Watershed Management Plan and kind of the process to get there, highlight some of the outcomes and actions we're going to be tackling in the next 2 to 3 years, and then priorities and next steps. So it was pretty interesting, actually. I was following along on your council meeting, and I always find council meetings very, very interesting. I did work for the City of St. Albert for 15 years, and I love to hear the topics that your council and your residents are interested in, because what we do in our work in the Watershed Management Plan, it needs to reflect that. So if you remember from our 2019 presentation, the Sturgeon River Watershed, as much as it is named after the Sturgeon River, is really an area of land that drains into the Sturgeon River itself. And that area is about 3,300 square kilometers. And it includes about 5% water features like Lac St. Anne, Lake Isle, and the river itself, plus creeks like Adam Creek, River Kabar, and Kanini Creek. And it has about 20% natural areas, so those areas that haven't been disturbed by development. And then probably the majority of our land use is agriculture. So a lot of this land has been developed into agricultural use. And then lastly, about 5% urban. But the urban areas are the areas that are actually expanding the fastest, and actually one of the challenges in this watershed. And to add to that complexity, we also have quite a range of municipalities. So we have Sturgeon, Parkland, Lac St. Anne. We have the cities of St. Albert, Edmonton, Spruce Grove, numerous towns, and as well as Indigenous communities. So remember, a watershed is a body of land that drains into like the Sturgeon River. So for example, watershed issues are not just about water quality and water quantity, but they can also be around things like stormwater management, flood mitigation, salt and snow management plans, development of contaminated sites, and high groundwater that may impact development areas. So just remember that when you're thinking about what is a watershed. So just quickly, a little bit of the history. There is a provincial framework for watershed planning in the province. And it really goes through a series of steps that any area should tackle towards doing a management plan. The first step the province recommends is a state of the watershed report. And this really basically just accumulates and looks at all the information that we have in the watershed. And that's around everything like land use, aquatic health, water quantity, quality, etc. Looks at it and says, how are we doing? And it really sets the stage for moving forward and monitoring how we're doing, indicators of how we are progressing through or improving. So this report was actually completed in 2012 by the City of St. Albert, and it assessed the overall ecological health using 15 indicators, and it gave an overall grade of fair. And some of the key recommendations of this report were to establish a municipally-led watershed group, fill information gaps by completing technical studies, and develop an integrated watershed management plan. So since 2012, we've actually been tackling or moving towards this management plan. And just as I mentioned, one of the key issues is definitely rapid urban and country residential development, but also agricultural intensification, loss of natural areas, wetlands and riparian buffers, low and fluctuating water levels, high nutrient levels and poor water quality, a real increase in stormwater runoff, particularly in developing areas. So that's just a quick summary of that report. Then one of the recommendations obviously was to collaborate and build this municipally led group. So why did they suggest to do this? Well, some of you who are long-term councillors might remember a report called the Big Lake Stormwater Master Plan. And that was a group of 11 municipalities, including the city of Spruce Grove, that completed a master plan for stormwater. And really in reaction to a whole bunch of flooding that was occurring in Adam Creek and some of the smaller creeks around Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and in Parkland County. That group was extremely successful. They came up with a very good plan. They were able to get good grant support and support from the province. So that's why this report recommended get these people back together. So the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance was formed in around 2014. And really, it really is groups that are coming together on common issues. and addressing local issues with local solutions. And there's two tiers to this alliance. There's a steering committee, which is the elected officials, and they provide direction and strategic long-term direction to the group. And then there's a technical advisory committee, which is mostly municipal staff, as well as technical experts, Alberta Environment, and some other nonprofit groups. But all in all, the group actually has 12 municipalities, 3 Indigenous communities, Alberta Environment and Parks is on our group, as well as the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and several nonprofit and local stewardship groups. So the second part that the report recommended was to actually address data gaps. And my screen is freezing. Let's try this. There we go. So between around 2015 till just 2000 and early 2020, the Sturgeon River Watershed Partnership secured over $500,000 worth of grants. One of those was an Alberta Community Partnership Grant, which is really just municipal partners working together, particularly on planning issues. And then as well, the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance was able to get a Environmental Damages Fund grant and 2 municipal watershed restoration resiliency project grants from the province. NSWA coordinated the grants and the consultants for 8 technical studies and 3 technical bulletins. The municipal staff vetted all of these reports and their implications, and all of our reports, of course, are available on the NSWA website. So the Watershed Management Plan really took all of those technical reports, and especially the input we received from the technical and the steering committees, and developed this plan. And the plan really is the second step in the provincial watershed framework. And really it says you need to come up with a plan that doesn't follow municipal boundaries. Water and land use and natural areas do not follow municipal boundaries. So a watershed approach is one that the province prefers. It has clear goals and performance measures. It's a voluntary alignment of policies and plans. It definitely coordinates intermunicipal collaboration, promotes the local and regional stewardship, and really encourages work to move forward and address some of these knowledge gaps. And one of the things that I did notice you guys were talking about earlier was the Edmonton Metro Region Board and the growth plan. And just as an aside, one of the main principles within that growth plan is to protect living systems and environmental assets. And within there are several objectives. And one of the objectives that municipalities within the EMRB have to align with is to protect regional watershed health. So by actually doing this work with the Sturgeon River Group, you're actually proactively presenting yourself to be prepared for what the EMRB is going to be presenting. And we actually have the EMRB come to many of our forums and information sessions to provide where they are on the natural assets principle. And we try to work very closely with them, particularly in anything to do with GIS or mapping, to be able to address their needs while we're working on the Sturgeon River work. So that's just a bit of an aside. So really, the Watershed Management Plan is an advisory document. It's voluntary, and it is meant really to inform your statutory documents or your planning policies. It is not meant to be a regulatory document or you must do this. It really is about providing good information, advice, and hopefully some really good planning tools for your council to make day-to-day decisions. So I want to just make that very clear. It's a very much a collaborative agreement, very much like the Big Lake Stormwater Master Plan was. So the report has 6 major outcomes, and these were determined by the steering committee and the technical committee. And many of you may have been part of a large workshop we had in May 2019, where we actually presented kind of a straw dog of this management plan. And we invited all council members and all senior administration to this workshop where they provided input into actually identifying these outcomes, the goals, and the actions. So again, it's very much your report. The NSWA may actually facilitate it, and Petra, the genius behind it all, puts it all together in a nice document, but it really is your document and addresses your issues. So there are 6 outcomes. And really what happens is the water management plan then says, this is a 10-year plan. And again, this was decided by the steering committee largely because that is kind of the timeline for most MDPs to be updated. So we said ours should probably have 10-year time frame. But with that, we also then whittled down and came up with prioritization of those action items. And again, these were done by the committees. And as I mentioned before, we actually applied for an Alberta Community Partnership Grant in January and recently heard that we received $200,000 for 3 years that will help us address our short-term plans. So what are those short-term plans? So we're looking at prioritizing probably 4 or 5 items. And again, this just depends on resource availability, i.e. money, and the time that we have from our technical and steering committees. We understand your guys' time is valuable, and we try to cater the timeline and the movement with your ability to participate. So the prioritization priorities we're going to tackle are riparian and wetland conservation and restoration strategies. This came out very high in an area of priorities. Particularly this year, we're finding that we have a lot of high water levels, and a lot of people are saying, well, what could we do to mitigate these flood conditions, whether it's actually on, say, an agricultural field, on a lake shore, or in an urban environment? What could we do to mitigate flood and drought for the future? And of course, riparian and wetland conservation are probably the #1 thing that you can do. These natural assets provide a lot of flood amelioration as well as drought amelioration in the long term. We also really want to continue a water quality monitoring program that we had started in 2016. And that was on not only the Sturgeon River, but a lot of the tributaries, which are very important for tracking how we're doing on the land. Then again, a lot of what we want to do is do planning, alignment, and tools. We have 12 municipalities, and some of them have amazing tools in different areas. So we found that Parkland has a great tool on groundwater and high groundwater management. We found Lac St. Anne had a great map and planning tools around riparian protection and setbacks. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to share everything that everybody else is doing. Why reinvent the wheel when some groups are doing a great job already? And we also reach outside of the watershed. So we're also looking at what Strathcona does in terms of wetlands. Calgary has a massive riparian conservation plan, and we invited Calgary to come to one of our technical advisory committee meetings to talk about their journey and what they had developed. And then lastly, but probably most important, is communication and engagement. We spent a lot of time in putting this plan together. We have some great tools. Let's get out and share it. So those were the priorities that the group came up with. Now, before I go any further, I'm just going to ask Petra if I had missed anything and if she wanted to pipe up and say anything before I wrap it up.
No, I think you did a great job, Leah. Just want to say it's been a great process so far. Really fun to work with so many different municipalities and to all work together.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, thanks, Petra. And Mayor and Council, we're open to any questions that you might have at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I know from a number of my colleagues in the region, they speak quite fondly of the watershed management group that you work with. I know Councillor Roth loves working on that committee. So I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on council if there's any questions in regards to the report. And I'll start off with Councillor Roth. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Inglis. By the way, Pat, I'm disappointed because I talked to you today and you never mentioned your impending retirement. Mr. Inglis, my question is, given that Spruce Grove has no lakes, no rivers, no streams, no other bodies of water of much significance, I wonder if you could maybe please address the value of our membership in the SRWA. I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't belong, and I want you to maybe speak on 2 aspects. Number one, the value to the city of Spruce Grove, and also the value that you perceive in us belonging to this group, because even though we don't have significant bodies of water, we do contribute groundwater, and our development does affect the groundwater levels around the region. And I think probably you want to speak to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Roth and Council. Absolutely, it is. I think it's becoming more important for us to be involved with the Sturgeon River and North Saskatchewan River watersheds, simply because of the municipal impact and the fact that climate change is having a profound effect on weather events. We're seeing that virtually, seemingly lately, every other night here, with absolutely strange downpours of heavy rain. And I think within our whole reframe, movement that we're trying to do here in the city of Spruce Grove, we're looking to try and go out and partner with more and more groups, because given our limited resources, we do find that we have huge resource, or a huge benefit to us through organizations like the Sturgeon River Watershed. I've sat in some of these meetings, and I'm just in awe with the background and the depth of knowledge that the group and the individual members have. So we need to partner with them. There are opportunities for funding that we may not see, that they certainly have advantage to get. And definitely we're even though we don't have big rivers going through the city of Spruce Grove, we do have small creeks that do feed it, and we have an extensive stormwater management system that ultimately ends up in the Sturgeon River. So we're as responsible for the water quality and the issues around wetlands throughout the entire city that makes being part of this organization very important.
Okay, and an added comment to that, to tack on to the end of that, is whenever we develop, we do have an impact on water levels and such around the region. So I think we have to continue to keep that in mind whenever we are planning and approving development within the city of Spruce Grove. I wonder, Leah, if you could maybe address that question or that point.
Sure. And again, you have to remember that our technical advisory committee often has quite a selection of municipal staff, planners being one of them. Sometimes we have the engineers. So we discuss things like, what are the best management practices for stormwater management? What about low impact development? What planning tools do we have where we can show our planners where there's high groundwater or there might be a risk for flood? One of the questions we're tackling with the group right now is, how do we define environmental reserve? Should that include areas that have flood risks or, high groundwater? So it definitely is, whether you have a water body within your municipality or not, it is a land use issue. So we all have water, as we're finding out very much this spring, and how we deal with it is really the crux of this group. And I think Pat really hit a couple really great points. Right now, municipalities are all looking at a financial restraint. Money is getting smaller, the issues are getting bigger. And the one thing that this group does is it's a collaborative partnership, and we're able to, one, work together, and we're able to get grants, which I think is a huge benefit to municipal groups. And I think really keeps people coming back, is because we're able to do the studies that perhaps an individual municipality couldn't do. And honestly, the reports and everything we've been doing are very interesting, and a lot of people are paying attention. So whether it's the Edmonton Municipal Board, City of Calgary is like, what are you guys doing about riparian stuff? We want to know what you're doing. So this group is really leading edge. And, I think that we're small and nimble. We have a lot of diverse issues. works really well together. I love bringing municipalities together when it's not about something contentious like an annexation or a land use issue. The people around the table are positive and really looking for solutions that the residents want answers for. So hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Roth.
It does very well, thank you. And just a closing comment, and that is, your verbal report is very interesting, but what I found fascinating was your written report, because it gives a lot of detail, a lot of useful information. And I loved all those little links, because you go to a link and it takes you to watershed plans, water management plans for various municipalities. So if anybody is so inclined, you can go and see what Parkland County is doing, what the town of Stony Plain is doing. By the way, the link to the town of Stony Plains doesn't work. I tried it. I wanted to take a look at theirs, so I'm going to see if I can find it through other means. But that written document was totally fascinating. I loved reading it on the weekend. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Anybody else have any questions or comments of Leah or Petra? Okay, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Great, thank
And
you.
Councillor Oldham.
And thank you for being here this evening. I think this was a fascinating report. I learned a new word, riparian. I don't know if it's because I've never lived near a body of water that I didn't know the word. So I actually had to look it up in the dictionary to make sure that I was aware of that. So thank you for that. Councillor Roth did ask a lot of my questions, but I guess as climate change is becoming more and more obvious, especially in the city of Spruce Grove, we're starting to hear like more and more issues about high water tables and stuff. I guess I'm just curious on like, what's the forward thinking? Is it from this group, or is it working with other municipalities on not planning for current conditions, but potentially future conditions? Because we're often finding that the design or the build standards was done, you know, correctly at the time, but now we're starting to see water tables that I don't know if they're going to go down or when they're going to go down. And it's starting to create issues for us, especially as we start to develop closer to our bodies of water and Wagner Bog and so forth. So I'm just curious about what we as Spruce Grove can do to start anticipating some of these inevitable actions that are happening due to climate change and what we're seeing right now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Stevenson, that's a great question. And actually, Petra put a whole section within the management plan around climate change. Unfortunately, some of the columns are to be announced. We definitely did, one of the studies we did was on modeling and about what would happen to the water flow patterns if we continue to do what we're doing now. So if we continue to expand urban areas, if we continue to intensify agriculture, the model looked at, well, what was going to happen in the future? And then probably more importantly was, what could we do to mitigate that? So one of the big things that happens as we develop is that the floods become flashy, like they happen very quickly, and the flows go very high and then go down quickly. What could we do to mitigate that? And actually in our area, it was wetland mitigation. Try to put some of those wetlands back, the key ones, because those are really the areas that really slow things down and really reduce that flood flashiness. I also know you guys are doing a whole bunch of work on your stormwater master plan in an urban area, which is also crucial. A little bit different than flooding a farmer's field, but just as crucial. Your stormwater ponds, your release rates, you know, your infrastructure, very, very important. One of the reports we also did was on planning alignment. So we summarized all of the planning tools of the 12 municipalities. So your planners should look for that when they're going to be updating your Bright Future, because we did a lot of that work for you already and said, who's got the best policy around this or that? Because I think that's really the key to watershed management is our land use policies and what we have in place. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, that's fascinating. I can't wait to do a deeper dive into this, because I think, you know, over the next decade or two, it's a make it or break it for us in many instances. So I think this is a really crucial piece to our growth plan and what we're looking to do as Spruce Grove as we grow. So thank you very much for being here tonight. I really enjoyed this presentation.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson, thank you again. I'm going to go to Councillor Oldham. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, just one quick question. I have a few residents who, once in a while will ask me about the issues that you're dealing with, the watershed. What's the best way for us to direct residents? Is it through your website? You reference lots of engagement and trying to get the word out there. How much of that is related to presentations like this to council, and where is there room for residents to fit in and be part and learn more about what you're doing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Oldham, great question. I mean, to date, we've had the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance puts on 2 educational forums a year, and in February and October. And we usually have 6 to 7 presentations. And in the last 3 years, the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance has been one of them. They're free events. We try to advertise on our website, the NSWA website. There is a full page dedicated just to the Sturgeon River. And it also has links to things that people can do. So if people are interested in, say, in residential Spruce Grove, what can they do to really help the watershed? You guys have a great rain barrel program. That's a great way to actually manage stormwater on their property and really reduce, local flooding, plus improve water quality. So if we have a request from somebody in Spruce Grove, we would come out and do a presentation. We actually have had 2 summer students last year that went to community events, and I know they came to Spruce Grove and just hung out, say, in your parks, with our attendant, answered questions. Unfortunately, this year they don't get to do that, but we are always looking for opportunities to get into your municipality and provide any sort of education or engagement we can. So you have my email. You can always email me and we can figure something out.
Wonderful. That's great information. Thanks so much for being here tonight.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. Any other questions or comments? I didn't see anybody else's hand up. I just wanted to Leah and Petra, thank you very much for the presentation this evening. And we're certainly interested in our reputation as being strong environmental stewards in the region to continue to work on that. And, Councillor Roth may say we don't have significant rivers or creeks and stuff that flow through our community, but I can tell you as the mayor, I do deal with a lot of landowners on the north side of our community who challenge us on our outflows and our release rates into their lands that in a number of times create a lot of flooding. And I do know that in a number of our areas, particularly our east side of our city, we have extremely high water table, and this year is significant. Again, I've got some calls from residents today in regards to water. So Spruce Grove and our mid-sized city urban forum does shed a lot of water, and we're doing, as you know, as you had indicated, you're aware of our stormwater management plan, but we are coming up, but we have also 55 of these such ponds within our community that we monitor, and so we're dealing with a lot of water, but we know where it goes, and it's going into Big Lake and then into the Sturgeon River and down and farther. And we're certainly happy to be on it, and Councillor Roth is very happy to be on that committee, and he finds it fascinating as well, and we appreciate the work he's doing on that. But anyway, I wanted to say thank you very much for the report, and we have a couple of motions coming out of this, which I referred to Councillor Roth. There's 2 motions actually that will come, and if he could make those motions. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first motion that the Sturgeon River Watershed Management Plan 2020 be received as information.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments in regards to the motion about receiving for information? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, that's been approved unanimously. Thank you very much. And
Okay,
second motion, Councillor.
That the city of Spruce Grove resolve to continue to work collaboratively with other municipalities in the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance to implement the plan and consider plan recommendations in the decision-making of the municipality, including the development of new or updated statutory or other documents.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any questions or comments in regards to that? In regards to working collaboratively, I don't see any at all. So with that, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, thank you very much for the report, Petra and Leah. We really appreciate the opportunity for you to come out and see us this evening. This time, we've been I just wanted to also take the opportunity to thank Patrick. I think, Patrick, I can tell you on behalf of all of us, you're going to be missed. You've done some incredible work for us on a variety of things. Your work on transit is going to be, something that you can leave a legacy of getting that going and all the work that's gone on. And it's incredibly complicated, and on all of your environmental things. So on behalf of our city council, I can say, and administration as well, Patrick, we wish you well. And thank you very much for your dedication and efforts for the city of Spruce Grove.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's a virtual standing ovation. We're not standing, but it's virtual.
Thank you so much. And just from my perspective, you've been one of the most engaging councils I've had the pleasure of working with. And I'd like to thank you all because in various realms, as you know, you've all been very engaged, and I so appreciated that. I appreciate your support and the knowledge you bring. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you again, and we also appreciate the counselors that work with you on your teams and stuff, and what they bring as well. So might be a little choppy there. It kind of seemed to be fading in and out a bit. But anyway, I want to say again, thank you very much, Patrick. And at this time, I would like to call. I've had two counselors ask me for a break, so I'm one of them. So we'll just call for a short recess, and we'll reconvene back here in about 7 minutes. So thank you very much. Just call a short recess. Okay, we looks like everybody is back. I just wanted to thank everybody for returning, first of all, and call the meeting back to order. And moving forward on our agenda this evening, we are going to go to page 301 of our agenda package. And we are going to be discussing, our brother is going to walk us through that. This is in regards to the development of arena in Spruce Grove, or arenas. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Brother, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The PowerPoint presentation that Council does have in the agenda, and this is a topic that you've been talking about for quite a long time. I am going to take you through the PowerPoint more, less to educate Council and more just to ensure that the public is up to speed in terms of all the ramifications and choices and options, as there hasn't been a public presentation on this topic for a little while. So moving to slide 2, Council has looked at 2 or 3 different options. A need for ice has been identified, and the question becomes is in building facilities and investments in the city, if you're able to turn them into a catalyst that drives other development, or you're able to achieve multiple objectives out of a single facility, obviously that's a better return for taxpayers' investment. And so, you know, multi-use models have been developed and applied in a number of facilities, you know, around the province. And, you know, obviously Spruce Grove has examples of that as well. The question predominantly, though, is in terms of, you know, Spruce Grove's evolution as a city and the broader sort of metropolitan context, like what is the best approach or best decisions for in terms of investments in the next 10 or 15 years. And so Council asked administration ultimately to look at three options. You can go to slide 3. One was the option of building basically a twin pad arena, which would serve community needs with respect to, you know, minor hockey and access to lacrosse and other ice-related activities in relation to the research that had been done in terms of the city, in terms of need going forward. The second alternative was, you know, predominantly a hockey facility with a community pad, but with spectator seating so that, you know, junior hockey could be played in the venue, and there would be some opportunity to have other community-based events in a predominantly an arena environment. And the third option was to, in a sense, build an entertainment facility of which hockey and sport and ice were somewhat of a secondary consideration. And so the whole design of that facility would be fundamentally different in terms of designing it around concepts of pure entertainment for, you know, a whole range of uses rather than spectator seating for hockey-based events. And so Council asked us to look at those 3 options, which we have done. But also in the context that there are, you know, there has been other work done in terms of recreational needs in the city and also in the region. And so we're aware of that context too. Moving to slide 4, some of those other needs would include aquatics, indoor adventure, fitness, wellness, field house, dry floor areas, you know, the physical infrastructure. Moving to slide 5, but they also deals with emerging needs in a community around multi-use indoor space, around understanding the context of regional assets that are being built close to Spruce Grove. So whether that's in Stony Plain or, for example, the Lewis Farms development, and the expectation space for larger community gatherings. And certainly, this work is done on the, the basis that, a vaccine will be found for COVID, and over the next 1 or 2 years, large scale sporting event activities will sort of return to pre-COVID days, which I think everybody anticipates. And then obviously the continued presence of the Spruce Grove Saints in the city as a community builder, but also as an economic development activity as well. So those were some of the underlying pieces. So if we move to slide 6, when the administration was asked to look at the 3 options, we needed to consider what the options did in relation to either impacting the Spruce Grove kind of market or impacting a larger metropolitan impact in terms of the 1 million people. And one of the first things we needed to understand was what were the existing assets that are available in the region. And with respect to the first 2 options, the Twin Ice and the hockey arena with large seating capacity, those facilities are essentially sub-regional in the sense that they really provide for the area around Spruce Grove, Parkland, Stony Plain, but they're not central or the driving force of providing that experience across a whole metropolitan region. That's less true when you talk about an entertainment facility, because that the economics on that is driven by the fact that you're attracting people from a large portion of the metropolitan region into Spruce Grove. Initial assessments basically said that there is a niche for this, and simply because Rogers Place really serves facilities in excess of 7,000 or 8,000 seats. Existing Hall D and the expo sites is basically old and decrepit and limited seating. And so there is actually a niche opportunity for an entertainment facility within the market area. I'm not going to delve into that in great detail because you've seen the presentation. At the end of the day, the bottom line is that in order for the city to build a facility of that nature, it would be a very, very significant capital investment. So moving on to slide 7. Slide 7 sort of covers off a number of the elements that I've spoken to, but I'm just going to touch on these. Is when we were evaluating the 3 options, first we wanted to figure out, is this helping the sub-region or is this helping the metropolitan area? Secondly, we wanted to understand, the kind of uses that would be able to be achieved in each of the three options. And some of the options give greater flexibility in terms of multiple use throughout the year, simply because they're large enough and big enough to attract other activities. So this really speaks to the potential opportunity of the investment. Having said that, if money were no option, and moving to slide 8, then the city would be pretty much building all the assets that were listed earlier on, from field houses to skateboard parks to expanded pickleball courts to ice, etc. But obviously that's never the case, and obviously all municipalities at some point have to prioritize where they invest their money. Unfortunately, right now, this is a little bit of sort of challenging times in Spruce Grove's evolution. It's not that there isn't any money, it's just that the amount of money that is available to the city is less than what was probably available to the city in the period of 2014 to 2019. So everybody's aware of COVID, but also I think everybody has been aware of the global impact on Alberta of the shift away from renewable resources. And that shift is not going to stop. If anything, it's going to accelerate. And so as a city, the amount of money that comes into the city based on development activity inevitably is going to be less over the next 5 years than the previous 5 years that the city has experienced. And that's true of all municipalities in the Edmonton area. We're not an exception to that. And the good news is that in relation to the relative decline in activities, Spruce Grove continues to perform very well in relation to other municipalities. The province is finding itself, notwithstanding its political ideology, to be basically sitting on the largest deficit of any provincial government in the history of Alberta. And so they are going to have to deal with that, and some of those implications are likely to play out in the municipal world. And so what we've done in terms of calculating the opportunities on the 3 facility options that we've identified, or you've identified, is that we have recognized that, as the Premier has said, municipal funding is 20% higher than the average across Canada, and that in 2022 there's going to be a new MSI agreement. And so for our capital budgeting planning, we basically assumed that we're going to end up being fairly similar to the average across the country, as opposed to more highly funded. And then the state of the general economy, obviously COVID has had a significant impact on the economy. It will rebound, and is starting to rebound. But the consequence is that, unlike in previous, last 10, 15 years where there's been continual growth, the net effect is probably about 0. So those are realities for us. That doesn't mean to say that the city shouldn't be investing in capital infrastructure. In fact, the city should invest in capital infrastructure, but the level and rate of that investment is probably going to be less than in the last 4 or 5 years. Part of that, moving on to slide 9, and I'll get out of the doom and gloom after this, is that the city has appropriate debt level policies in terms of how much debt we carry. There's no such thing as free debt, and you have to pay it, and you have to pay it over a long period of time. And so it's important that the balance between the amount of money we borrow and the dollars that are available in the operating budget are balanced. And in that regard, our debt servicing costs have gone up at least 50% in the last 5 years. But we still have some debt capacity if we continue to apply council's policy of 50% of our allowable limit with province. But that debt does, once you hit that maximum, then there's obviously no more window. There is some debt coming off, not large amounts, but there is some debt coming off that could be reinvested. So in looking at the options, obviously, the broader context needs to come into place. And there is a fiscal broader context, but there's also needs of the community in terms of, in the same way that the community expects good roads and other infrastructure, the community also expects, the city to keep up in terms of the facilities. The bottom line is that we won't meet everybody's expectations. They're just, just like anything else in our own lives, there's always a limit to the amount of money that you can spend. So I'm just going to run through the 3 facilities or 3 facility options. Slide 10 is up already. So the Twin Ice facility is essentially to meet the public ice demands or needs. The latest research identified 1.5 ice sheets. This would exceed this for 2 and would certainly accommodate ice requirements for the next 10 or so years. The reason we look at 2 pieces of ice surface as opposed to single surface is simply the case that you only need 1 ice plant, and there are some efficiencies and economies of scale that goes with building 2, and that's why you don't see single facilities built nowadays as a single ice piece. The positives of the Twin Ice facility is obviously it's the cheapest option. It's really flexible in terms of where it goes in the city. It doesn't need to use up expensive, for example, expensive highway lands that could be used for better uses. So it has greater flexibility in its location. But it does have some, limitations. Obviously, it's not providing a large spectator experience, and really, there's not a lot of community activity that is attracted to taking place in an arena. The Twin Ice facility, page 11, has been estimated around about $30 million. If you want to build a prefab, you can build it for a bit less than that. If you want community rooms and other bells and whistles, you can spend more money on that. And the land costs estimated about $2 million simply because of the locational flexibility that this facility has. In terms of the city's finances, for all these 3 models, we've used the same amount of municipal assistance money, because that is the amount that would be available, and then we've added debt as then fulfilling the other gap. Obviously, if there's debt, then there's operating impacts of capital that need to be built into the budget. But for all the models, there's about $24 million of MSI, which is directly available for any of these projects. A Twin Ice is estimated to cost about $500,000 a year to operate. That's just over 1% on the tax rate, about 1.25%. So that's the Twin Ice facility. If you go to 12, I've pretty much covered the pros and cons of this. The pros would be flexible locations, addresses ice shortage, obviously lowest cost. The cons are, it doesn't deal with the long-term, really doesn't do any regional or sub-regional benefit. It would be a single responsibility of Spruce Grove. And just like most other ice surfaces with 2 ice facilities without major events going on, it doesn't have any significant catalytic impact. So some of the cons with that. The second option that you're fully aware of is to essentially use the same model, but then provide significant seating capacity. And in providing significant seating capacity, then you start to open up the potential for semi-professional sports franchises or professional non-profit sport franchises for operating in a facility of this nature. And the Spruce Grove Saints would obviously be one, but other potential options may be like if a fledgling basketball league was to establish or something like that. Capacity 2,500, you can debate, should it be 27, should it be 22? That sort of comes into the detail and will probably be ultimately driven by how much money the city ultimately wants to invest. You will get some community use because of the seating capacity that is there. But you're not going to bring in major concerts and stuff. The physical infrastructure of the building in terms of sound and lighting and those things is really not conducive for that kind of experience in today's heavily competitive market. Again, multiple location opportunities in terms of location, though less opportunities than the Twin Ice simply because of the traffic volumes. And so needing to be very much on, arterial roadways or direct access or immediate close access to either 16 or 16A. If we move on to slide 14, which we're already on, the costs are estimated about 52 million. Land we've shown at 3.5 to 4.75 million. The land costs go up based on location and the amount of land you consume. So obviously, the more land you consume for spectator seating and stuff, then the price goes up, and you limit it in the location, and therefore the price goes up for the per acre cost of the land. Again, using the same MSI support funding, but a larger increase in the debt. This particular model, in terms of the debt, would take us above the debt limit and would preclude ability for other borrowings. Ultimately, through time, as the city grew, it would grow itself back into that debt limit. The operating cost of a facility of this nature has been estimated at about $1 million a year. It's about 2.5% on the tax rate. You may have some options in terms of some level of recovery through sort of a ticket surcharge model, which has been applied in other facilities of this nature, though users of the facility will also want to tap into that model as well. So there will be a bit of a debate about who owns that money. The pros of the hockey facility with spectator seating and a second community ice pad is, again, you meet the demands of local needs of residents, but you also provide a meeting place and a gathering place in the city, and you also obviously provide support for the nonprofit sports franchises or the for-profit sports franchises. There would be a little bit of associated tax lift potentially around the arena, but just being honest, fairly minimal, simply because of the scale and scope and number of days that the facility was open. And so those are sort of covered in slide 15. Slide 16, when we looked at the entertainment facility, this obviously is the high-end model of the three options. Fundamentally different design than the other two options because it's designed around the business model was and is designed around 5,000 people watching concerts as the primary use, and then the secondary use being sports-related franchises, and the tertiary use being, ice time. There would be a community rink, and that community rink in all three models would provide exactly the same level of service. A facility of this nature could be successful in the metropolitan region simply because there isn't one in the metropolitan region. If you're going to build one, you want to be the first one. Two of these probably don't work in Metro Edmonton. Costs $63 million. The land, again, significant cost in the land simply because of the location and the scale of the development. We're up to about 13 acres of land here. Again, using the MSI, and again, significant debt exceeding our 50% provincial limits. This facility would actually cost less to operate simply because of the nature of the facility, because of the ability to attract a higher percentage of use throughout the year that wasn't being subsidized. But again, it would still require an operating subsidy on behalf of the municipality to operate. Slide 18, the pros and the cons. Probably the con that is different than the other two is the risk associated with a facility of this nature. Higher risk, higher reward. If you're able to bring in significant number of events of 5,000 people, over a large number of events, then it has a very good return. If you're not, then it has a pretty large deficit. So the risk reward here is much higher. And simply the nature and scale of this project, it would need to be on Highway 16 on the Westwind lands. And so there is also an associated question of traffic flow in and out and whether you'd have an additional cost of a roadway to build as well. So those are the three options, and I know you've heard lots of this before, but just to bring the public up to speed in terms of the discussion and where we're at. So at the end of the day, there's 3 or 4 things that are moving. One is what from council's point of view do you define as being the need and the want? Secondly, how much are you prepared to invest in that need or want? And then thirdly, ultimately to determine a location if you invest in that need and want. So those are steps that would need to take place, but these numbers give you an order of magnitude for the 3 options. They give you the pros and cons of the 3 choices. As I say, you've heard them before. We're probably, I think we have to, comment as an administration that, back in 2014, 15, and when growth rates were the way they were, and when the provincial economy was where it was, the potential to look at option 3 was probably there. But in all honesty, and I think council's probably come to that conclusion yourselves anyway, the third option right now is just probably beyond Spruce Grove's financial capability. Don't want to direct council in your decisions, so that was just an editorial, not a direction. Finally, if you look at the tax implications, these are gross implications on slide 20. If there's a capital cost of an investment, and then there's an operating impact of that capital. And so we've aggregated those up. If the city was able to use some land as part of an asset, those numbers would come down a bit in terms of the land cost, but ultimately it is, a cost to the city because that asset would then be lost. But it just gives you sort of an order of magnitude. And as I've said before, there is a bit of a jump in terms of options 2 and 3 simply because the amount of upfront capital that's in the bank to go towards these facilities is that $23.5 million in MSI. I'm going to stop now and happy to answer questions. David Volansky is happy to answer questions, except that he's council's aware that he's had to be away from the city and understand he's having a little bit of technical difficulties. So we'll try and cover those questions through either, myself or Louise or Ken Luck or whoever needs to be involved in that. But I think we've all got a pretty good handle on the elements. And so there's some, we're now kind of getting that, next step. So I'll finish at that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Farbrother, for the presentation, and thank you for pulling it together. And I know there's been a number of community groups in the city that have been waiting, for a report of some type. And we had an email today, and we indicated, that this was supposed to come to us earlier in March, and that was delayed because of COVID and such. I think going back, I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on council, but as the mayor and somebody that's been involved in the process, where we go back to 2009 when we initially started the studies and did a very comprehensive review in the region, and Mr. Farbrother provided the outcomes of that. They were redone again with the tri-municipal region, putting in some money together again to relook at that. And the fact of the matter was that it hadn't changed much, that pools and ice services, field houses and adventure centers kind of rose to the top of the demands in the region, and we hear it all the time. Some of the facilities, particularly this one that the city of Spruce Grove has done a lot of work on. We've started this process probably like even more than 6 years ago, because that 2014 was when we had initially encapsulated the idea, and Mr. Farbrother is exactly right in regards to his kind of definition of where we are on the financial side. And I can say relative to all of us, after our retreat this weekend, is we do have some financial constraints, but at the same time, we also have an opportunity to move forward to meet the demands of the city. And the one thing that I have always said is that, there's next steps in the process in regards to, what that can look like on the consultation side, and looking at reviewing the options before us and trying to find that middle ground where you can, meet the demands of the community, yet build a facility that's going to stand alone for 30 years, for 30 more years in a community. And then we want to try to do the best we can and look at partnerships and options to minimize the impact. I like the honesty on the tax rates and stuff like that. I think, in discussions with the administration, I think we can see those brought down, but I'm happy to see they look high. I mean, when I first looked at them, I thought, boy, those are tough rates to follow. But I think when you get down to the process where you potentially can scale down, some aspects of it, or including administratively, even the discussion of potentially doing a single standalone facility to start with as an option. But I think administration would recommend that we would look at, a twin pad of some type, one that would meet the needs of the community and potentially on a broader scale. So we've been working at this for a long time, and I think there's an expectation out there. I know there's 1,000 people in minor hockey, and we want to make sure that this meets a broader need of the community as well, with ringette and figure skating. And excited to open up the floor to conversations. I just wanted to say, Mr. Farbrother, in regards to the work that economic development has done. And you know what? When we started off, we aimed high. We aimed high with a multi-use sport and event center that had a lot of potential, but with it carries a lot of risk. And I've probably ascertained that that might be a little bit beyond our reach at the moment, but I think we have some other options that we can look at. And I'll open up to the floor to my colleagues on council for questions. And but before that, in some of the conversations, Mr. Farbrother, some suggestions you had in regards to getting the best prices and stuff like that. And maybe I'll save that for later, but there would be an option to look at a competition in regards to the development and building of such a facility. And, council going forward with that without actually making a decision until all the final numbers come in on the development of a competition in regards to design, build, or land, or whatever. So can you just maybe elaborate just a little bit on that, and then I'll open up the floor to my colleagues in regards to a potential, after a communication, but a potential next step for us to consider without actually making a final decision.
Certainly, you'll see in the report for the land costs, there is sort of ranges of costs. So, that depends on, ultimately, is there a portion of MR that's used? The land uses in terms of, is it industrial, commercial, real estate prices plays into that, and then physical land that the city owns. And so you could amortize that land to bring physical, the dollar cost now. The ultimate cost doesn't change, but the actual cash cost or the borrowing requirement then would come down a bit simply because of those techniques. The other piece is on the first two options, you do have multiple locations, and the way that Spruce Grove is, currently built, there are a number of options that could be viable. And so, maybe there's an opportunity to, if you chose to go forward, to put that out to either consortiums to build or consortiums to build and provide the land as a package. So, and that may, if that was to happen, that would create a sort of a competitive process, simply because different locations would want to provide that asset. But that, it's a technique that you might choose to use in terms of, trying to sort of drive the best price. So, and that would be available. You could go the traditional method where you ultimately pick a location, you do a design, you have the architect, it's all finished, and then you put it out to bid. There's still, that ability is there. But you've essentially already picked your location and your style and look at the facility. Whereas maybe, a broader process might allow you to look at the creativity of different players in the industry.
And then and then part of the conversation that you shared with me was there'd be an opportunity to show due diligence in getting the best price in regards to a landowner wanting to have that facility on his land for additional development. So it makes it a competitive, kind of a competitive process. So that's just one of the tools in the toolbox, I guess. But I just wanted to say thank you for that. We try and leverage that option. Yeah. Okay, I'll open up the floor to my council colleagues, and if anybody wants to get started. Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question to Mr. Farbrother. Mr. Farbrother, would you please provide some further detail on how the community consultation would work? Who would be consulted and by what means? And how long would it take?
So the simple answer to that is, it's part of the discussion that we want council to have. You've spent, as the mayor's indicated, there's been discussions about this sort of over many years. So I don't think you're going, back to step one. If you, ultimately decide that you want to pursue a couple of options, or, then we would essentially, through virtual techniques, make as much information that we have available to, for people to go and check out through various virtual, forums and stuff. And then we would bring back the feedback that came from that. This isn't an exercise to determine need. You've done that twice with previous reports. This tends to be more an exercise of knowing, you know that there's a need for this and many other things. The question is whether you want to spend the money on this or other things. Like that's the simple piece. But the need has been historically identified, so we wouldn't be looking at a public process to identify need. We'd probably be looking at a process for people to comment on, if you end up with two options, to, what they like or don't like about those two options, and the public will also at that point comment on whether they think the project's good or not.
Okay, you're correct, Mr. Farbrother. We wouldn't be starting from square one. We've been talking about this for quite a few years now, and seemingly not moving the yardsticks much at all. Okay, further question to that. I imagine then that it wouldn't take a great deal of time if we're not taking it to the public, like in public face-to-face forums or things like that. If we're doing this through online mechanisms, then I imagine it probably wouldn't take a great deal of time at all. Would that be correct to assume?
Well, again, it depends on, you know, how much you want. And so that's obviously the influencer. You would think that if this has been discussed in the public realm quite extensively over a number of years, that people's opinions have been sort of formed, whether they like it or don't like it kind of thing. And so I'm assuming that, you know, that would be expressed fairly quickly. I know David popped up there. Walensky popped up there for a second. I don't know, he was having some technical difficulties. I don't know if he's still available, whether you want to comment on this at all, David?
Yeah, if you can hear me, hopefully.
Yeah.
The only thing I was going to add was that it would kind of depend on the option as well. And one of the things, depending on the discussion today, we would do was kind of build what that consultation would look like and bring it for feedback and input from council as well, to make sure, because we know that throughout this process, there's been a couple of questions or different ideas or thoughts that council has wanted to see. And so that would be kind of depending on the option, we could build that and make sure that that was all captured for you.
But David, it's probably reasonable that we could bring that for the next council meeting, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I will say that I'm disappointed that we're still talking about a sport and event center, and I hope that we can formally move on from that idea, that notion, that option tonight. I imagine that staff would say that council, the reason it's still in discussion at least is because council has not yet directed otherwise, despite the fact that several council members have stated that it's not affordable nor feasible. If staff think otherwise, then I think they're misreading the room. The previous council did spend a great deal of time and money exploring the idea of a sports and event center that I thought would be severely underused and something that we could not afford. And if it wasn't affordable back then, certainly with our current financial circumstances, I would say that it's not affordable today. And I would say that kind of a facility was and remains a bad idea. I will not support anything going forward. I know we're being asked to consider 3 options tonight. I will not consider option 3. I will only consider 1 or 2 or a combination of the 2. So I'll look forward to hearing the comments of my colleagues before I decide in my mind which way that I think we need to do or need to go. So I'll end my comment with that.
Yeah, so just to clarify, what administration is bringing forward is the 3 options that we've been asked to bring forward. And you are absolutely correct. There has been no formal council direction on this particular topic on any of the 3 options. So yes, we would like some of that direction. So
yeah, that's correct. And I hope you get enough direction tonight to know council's intention. And my intention is I'll give no consideration to a sport and event center. So I'll only consider, and Mr. Farbrother, I'm aware that that's the case. You haven't been told formally yet to discard that option of a sport and event center. So I see why it's still being talked about. I'll close my comments there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth, and thank you for sharing your opinion. I think your opinion is one that has been clear all along, and I don't think it's changed. I know you're interested in the development of a facility of some type, and appreciate the honesty on the option 3. And thank you very much for your comments. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else would like to step up? Councillor Oldham, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Farbrother. Mr. Farbrother, knowing that we're working recently through a tri-regional plan and all the aspects that go along with that and the complications in the timeline, have we recently had any discussions at an administrative level with Stony Plain as to what they may be doing with their rec facility, and talked about synergies, how we can work together as communities to build recreation for the area, and how might any of the choices that are put before us be influenced by what Stony Plain is looking to potentially do?
Yeah, thanks. So the various administrations meet on a fairly regular basis to discuss this. It's probably reasonable to say that, you know, Stony Plain Council has been looking at a range of options, but as of yet hasn't made a decision formally on those either. I believe, as the mayor has indicated, when the recreational study was redone in 2014 or 15, 16, the concept of a Tri-Leisure Centre 2 was essentially removed from the table because of the desire to have some assets physically located within a particular community. If that is the case, then I think the way the city of Spruce Grove would view it is, if there's a particular recreational asset that really is serving only the benefits of a local area, whether that's Parkland, whether that's Spruce Grove, whether that's Stony Plain, then that should be funded by that particular municipality, and essentially that asset can be put wherever they want to put it. If you move into kind of regional assets that are being used clearly by the region as a whole, then there should be a higher order discussion. Having said that, you know, many years ago, the finances were such that there was, when you aggregate, you know, there could have been flows of dollars from one community to another in the finances, whereas, you know, in Spruce Grove's particular situation, simply because of population count and numbers, it's, you know, if money was to come from Parkland, it would probably go essentially to Stony Plain. So the whether that nets to absolute zero, not necessarily saying that, but what it's meant is that when we're looking at, you know, this particular, you know, potential opportunity, we've not included regional dollars because we don't think those regional dollars would net to either a net negative or net positive. The other thing that I do think we, you know, if the Lewis Farms development does go ahead, this region will be a catchment of that facility. There is no question in that regard. And so, you know, you should be aware of that, you know, simply because it'll be 15 minutes away, and you know, evidence will tell you that people are quite happy to drive 15 or 20 minutes for a high-end facility, in the same way that they drove 15 or 20 minutes in the early days of the TLC to go to a high-end facility. So that may play somewhat into the whole conversation.
Great. Oh. Yep, great. Thank you for that. In terms of meeting the needs of our community for ice, ringette, hockey, skating lessons, if we were to build a 2,500 seat hockey facility, what would it be cost prohibitive for those organizations mostly serving youth to get ice time? You know, ice time is what it is across the region. Would having that level of a facility impede their ability to access that ice on a regular basis?
Well, it's probably reasonable to assume that if you built a facility of that nature, then, you know, the Saints would move into that facility, which would then release ice time in the Grant Fuhr facility. And so I don't know that, and then if you had a community rink with it, I doubt that we would be pricing the community rink ice or the unallocated ice in the arena differently than we would price the Grant Fuhr arena or the Stu Grant's arena. You know, there would be an aggregated price model for that. It would just be the luck of the draw in terms of, you know, where you actually got to physically play, and there would be some, you know, equalization of that so that it wasn't just hogged by one particular group. I'm assuming. So, you know, the pricing of ICE tends to ultimately be driven by regional competitiveness and the level of subsidy that municipality is prepared to provide.
I think Mr. Wolanski might have an addition.
Yes, and
Nodding
just
his head.
further,
Go ahead.
and just further to that, you typically, how we charge groups is based on the groups itself and the classification, not on the facility that they're utilizing, right? So it's based on a minor hockey facility type.
Great, thank you. Can either of you gentlemen, Mr. Wolanski or Mr. Fairweather, help me understand why a 2,500 seat arena and one community ice would be double the operational cost of 2 twin pad community ice surfaces? You know, from 500,000 roughly operational a year to $1 million operational per year. I don't quite understand how that operational cost, and that's a big difference to our community, and I'm trying to understand why it would be such a drastic change.
So I can give you a couple of things, but I'm sure David can fill this out. Firstly, you've got a lot more parking. So you've got a snow removal and street sweeping and asphalt maintenance and all that stuff. So the physical asset is a lot bigger. Then you also got to clean up after 2,500 people have left the place, which is not an insignificant amount of work. You know, those would be a couple of kind of the obvious things. You know, when an event is going on, typically you end up negotiating with the user to cover some of the costs of that event. So, David, do you want to?
Yeah, Mr.
I think he was agreeing with me.
That's a safe assumption. So essentially, with more events, we subsidize each event that comes into Spruce Grove. So whether it's the Saints or whether it's a concert, those are all money losing propositions when you include operational costs. Is that a fair conclusion?
Well, they're not all, but there's no doubt that quite a large number are, simply because the groups that want to use that space can't afford to pay the economic cost of the use of that. Like it's a large scale community space. You know, if you know, in Spruce Grove, and you know, when there's a grad, right now people go to the Windspear and stuff for the grad or wherever it is. So they'll decide if they want to come to the arena or whether they still want to go to the Windspear. And you know, they'll do their economics and pros and cons, and they'll make a decision in terms of that. Now, typically, you know, the schools can charge the parents a reasonable amount of money for that because it's a one-off event. But you know, if the farmers market wants to use the arena in the winter or something like that, well, I would need to think of an ice thing. It would only be those, you know, if you could bring in a sort of a curling event or actual, you know, provincial tournaments. There you would probably be able to do some level of sort of cost recovery simply because of the volume of traffic over a weekend and those kind of things. All we're doing is reporting the analysis that has been done by the consultants in terms of when they've looked at the operating costs of similar facilities in the province. These numbers are based on the experience of running similar facilities. So I know we've lost David here, and I, you know, if we can certainly provide you that you know, detail, but the numbers that we're providing you are based on actual experience.
Good.
David is agreeing with you again.
If I know the numbers are coming from the consultant, I know they're not very accurate. So that's good to know. We can be creative. We can find ways to, you know, there's got to be ways to have groups use volunteers to clean up if they're going to come in. I mean, that operational cost is a huge difference. And if we end up going that road, I would hope that we would look at ways to be a little bit more efficient than that. Another question for you. The basketball team in question, I think, plays right now out of another center. What about an event center would attract them more? I mean, it's a basketball game. You need floor on the court. You need some people in the stands. There's not a lot of back end. I've been to lots of sporting events. I'm not convinced that there's a huge difference for the basketball team in a complex, an event complex versus a 2,500 seat arena. Can you help me understand that?
Well, I would, you're probably right. Like, look at the, what's the name of the facility on the South Campus? That facility hosted, the Canadian women's basketball Olympic qualifiers and did it very well. And it was essentially a gymnasium. So yes, no, the financials on the entertainment facility in terms of the lower cost is actually on the concerts. And you got to bring in 15 or 20 concert nights. You can have the same band play 3 nights as long as you get 5,000, I'm not allowed to say bums in public, but 5,000 members of the public in the seats 3 days running, then they can make it, you can make money on those. But if you don't get those, then you're also losing a lot of money.
For sure.
And there's no way you're getting them in an arena environment because it just doesn't have the sound, it doesn't have the line of sight. It's just a completely different design.
Yeah, and it's just the basketball team and the potential that was included in the event center, but not in the arena complex. And if we're looking to attract, I was just wondering if there would still be a possibility, and it sounds like that wouldn't be maybe differentiating. I see Mr. Wolanski with his hand up again.
Go ahead, Mr. W.
Thank you. Yeah, typically, while it can work in terms of some of those hosting events or teams like that, typically, not saying it's not out of the realm of possibility, but permanent tenants like to have things like boxes, additional revenue opportunities, back office, some things. We know that the current team isn't thrilled with the current location for some of those reasons. So normally a permanent tenant would want some of those additional things, which is why typically they would go more of an event center because it has a lot of those additional capabilities. Doesn't mean you couldn't and host events and host one-offs or even a permanent thing, but that's typically why or what they're looking for in the type of facility.
Perfect, thank you. And Mr. Fairbrother, you just commented on the concept of concerts not wanting to come. And I understand there's different levels of concerts and we may not be able to attract certain ones, but the Tri-Leisure right now in its non-concert in any way state attracts 6 to 8 concerts ranging around 1,000 people. So I would imagine that a facility that was 2,500 seats, even though not an event center, would still be able to attract at least what the Tri-Leisure does. And I would assume more because it's a facility better suited for that than a leisure center.
So, yeah, and if you look at the PowerPoint, it does show X number of days of that activity. It's just that number of days is obviously less than in an entertainment environment. And the financials per day are different. It's not that they won't occur, it's just the experience in other centers with similar sized facilities is that you shouldn't be basing your operating budgets on the assumption of large numbers.
Perfect. And then a couple last comments. I think the public engagement, although there's been lots of discussion in our community and lots of back and forth, I don't remember, it certainly hasn't happened since 2017, a formal data-based inquiry from the city to our community saying what percentage of people are interested in this, would you support this? There was one form, I think, in the Horizon stage long before you were here, long before most of us were here, that I don't think was perceived very well in the community. So I do think that although there's lots of discussion, it's all opinion without any pattern to be able to develop or any data. So I think something along those lines would be really useful for us help guide us make a decision. I get that you're not going to please everyone, and if that's your goal, we're all in the wrong business. But I think some form of that would be good. I happen to think, and I think along with Councillor Roth, the Sport and Event Center is probably a little bit out of our range in terms of affordability. I've questioned the model for the last couple of years. I think the affordability of it at this point is a real challenge. And one of the things I've been really curious about through my questioning is, what really will the difference be? And I get there's some difference between a sport and event center and that 25 or 2,200 seat arena. I think we could attract a percentage of what the sport and event center would attract that would help build our community, bring some prominence, bring some events, bring some things for us to do. And I'm curious to see what that might look like. And then I think we have to look at another option, whether it be a twin pad, I think is one that's presented that's worthwhile looking at. And I know that the Saints have made a presentation to us a while ago now, and they're interested in partnering as well. If it ends up looking for box seats or, you know, other amenities that they would potentially pay for that would not come out of the public purse. So continuing engagement with the Saints, I would encourage. If my colleagues are interested in looking at option 3 further, that's a decision that they can come to. But I think that we're a little bit out of that range in terms of our affordability and what might be best for our city right now. And I also think, as I've said, option 2 with the 2,500 seat arena can accomplish some of that at just a better price point. So I'll give the floor for now, and thank you for your time and all the answers. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. Appreciate the questioning, and appreciate the also consideration for the public engagement part. I think that's an important part of our process. So I appreciate the feedback on that. Also appreciate the feedback on it's the same question I had in regards to ability to host different events. Maybe not 60 to 80 events a year, but I think I agree with you on the ability to attract additional sporting venues like curling, like the Royal Bank Cup, like and or concerts that seem to be a certain range that we could get to. But I think those are good considerations, and including the partnerships with one of the major user groups. Okay, thanks very much for that. And thank you for the feedback on option 3 as well. Okay, who would like to go? Does anybody else have a comment? Or Councillor McKenzie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you guys can hearing an echo right now, so hopefully it's okay. Thank you to my colleagues that have gone before me. A lot of the questions have been answered. I know my concern was still dealing with the tri-regional plan. Councillor Oldham kind of asked, and I got adequate answers on that. One of the things that I just want to address or ask administration on this is, I know Councillor Grocke has often asked in the past about this, and it's about the allocation of the ice. While I'm not questioning that there is a need for ice, because I know that there is a need for ice, but I just really want to stress within that regional work that when we're working with the tri-region, that we're ensuring that the ice surfaces are being booked fairly and equitably. And I just want to, whatever decision we decide to move forward, I want to know where administration is at with working with the other facilities and making sure that we're trying to get it. I know currently dealing with the different, whether it's hockey or ringette, they're dealing with Stony on their facilities, with the Tri on there, and then with Spruce Grove. And from what I've been told is it's not all jointly put together. And I think that creates this false need of where we're truly at. But again, I'm not questioning the need for this, but I just wondered where we're at on that.
Mr. Wolanski, go ahead.
Yes, we have been working with both the town of Stony Plain and the TLC. Parkland County, not yet, because they don't have facilities per se. On terms of reference for a better collaboration on that. But so we're close to having that. Even without that though, again, every year at the beginning of the booking season, all three of those partners get together with all of the people who book and work together and start allocating and start prioritizing, and they're all in the room and we're all working collaboratively on that to maximize efficiencies as much as possible. But we've also tried to take it a step further and develop terms of reference so it's much clearer to all the groups, so we don't have to keep having the same kind of conversations with new people. So it works kind of ad hoc right now, and we're trying to formalize it.
Perfect. And, you know, I know this goes back to that whole tri-regional plan and looking at the different facilities. And I think it's great if we can look into that terms of reference. What I think it can create that also stepping stone to say, this is why we need some regional money into these types of facilities, and let's work together on it. And, you know, maybe it is even without opening Pandora's box, but looking at all of the facilities and equitably sharing within the region the operating costs of these facilities as well. So I hope that we continue to have those conversations. And I think when you look at our numbers, you know, if we can have that regional component, excuse me, that drastically changes the overall debt and the cost of the project and where we lie on that. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. One of the other things that isn't in any of the little side notes, but and I know that, you know, there is conversations as to which municipality will do it first, and I just got to put in my little plug again. Excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat. The offsite levies, now that the province does allow us for rec facilities and all those sorts of things. And I, you know, while I understand it ends up being a cost to developers, and then there's the additional levies costs, we still are fairly, I think, very competitive in the region with our offsite levies. And I just really think that, you know, that potentially is a source of revenue that can go towards something like this, which will then again help reduce the budget. And I know within any of the notes, there was no funding assumed from that. And so I just want clarification to make sure that there was nothing was assumed in the budget.
Yes, you're correct. If the city instituted an offsite levy, the levy probably would be slightly different in terms of the two facilities. The catchment area would probably be the same in terms of what the city of Spruce Grove controlled, because we can't collect offsite levies outside of our boundaries.
Yes, but I also, again, going back, and this, it puts a lot on this whole relationship that we have with the tri-regional municipalities and working together, because it'd be great if all of us could look at something like that. I know it's a little bit more difficult for Parkland County because, you know, you're looking at the residential ones, but versus the, but I still think that there's a connection that we could do with Stony. But thanks for that. When it comes to, you know, the council direction and looking at the budget and long-term planning, and I apologize if this has been answered, but I'm not quite understanding. When you look at, I know it's on page 321, but the general tax implication chart, when I look at the impact, am I understanding it to be that the capital tax component would be a one-time hit, and then the operating would be continually every year we would have to add on 2.63, or once we add it on once, then we would be continually getting enough? So is it a one-time hit, I guess, just 1 year, or is it, you know, do we separate it over a few years, or how does that exactly potentially could that roll out if we're looking at 7.63?
So in both cases, if you adjust the mill rate by that amount and you dedicate the money to those uses, then that's it. It's a one time, but it is collected every year, obviously. But it's not like there's an escalating tax rate. It's not 1% this year, another percent the year after. no, it's one time in terms of the rate adjustment, but the consequence of the rate adjustment, carries on until you adjust the tax rate down if you were to do that.
Okay. On that, then, is there an opportunity to do an escalating one for, let's say, even 2 or 3 years to get us to that point, to get the ball rolling and it not being such a hard hit right initially?
Yes, you absolutely. If you knew you were going to build it and it was going to take 2 years, you could start. Well, you have options there. You could actually introduce the rate straight away, and then the money that you collect would then reduce, ultimately the amount of that money would ultimately be cash that you put against the project, and therefore you would have to borrow less. And that was done with the TLC. So, or you could escalate up to a rate to recover the debt requirements. Yes, there's choices around that. The ultimate impact is the same, but how you deliver it, you have choices.
Okay, and thank you, because you answered my next question, because that's what I was thinking. If you started it a little bit sooner, then could we reduce the debt component, which I think is fantastic. So I guess the last is I will just give a little bit of my direction as well. Option number 3 is I just don't see the realm. I agree with Councillor Oldham profusely on, I do believe that 25-seat spectator with the community, you could still draw a fair amount of things. I know when you look at Service Place, and I think it's their Go Auto arena there, they've hosted the Continental Cup, they've hosted Special Olympics and some curling, different things, and I do think that there is potential for those. I would love, if we were to proceed with option 2, I would love to still pursue looking at, is there a way to somehow have a little bit of the private boxes, and whether it's working with the Spruce Grove Saints to make that happen, or we're looking at certain businesses that might be willing to purchase one of those. But I don't know how the layout, if you are able to put that at all, but I would love to see the option of that. So thank you for the presentation, and hopefully we can start actually making a decision and moving forward on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Mackenzie. Got it right? I haven't had to pay beer yet. But yeah, thank you very much for the comments and also the suggestions on, that's something that we kind of lost track a little bit on the offsite levies. And I know when we looked initially a while ago that would be part of the funding model, and which would be, a small impact based on our competitive nature in the region, and would go a long way to solving some of those issues. But thank you very much for your comments as well on the tax rates. Okay, I had either Jeff or Aaron next. I think Jeff had his hand up first, so go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for bringing this to council for discussion. And I agree, during the presentation, you said if we had buckets full of money, we wouldn't have these tough decisions, but the reality is we don't have the buckets of money. So I appreciate having some numbers, some comparisons on the tax rate. It just makes it easier to understand and to be able to relay that out to our residents as well. But I'm of the opinion we need to do something. Even 12 years ago when I first came on council, ice is a need of our region. We have a lot of youth that are participating in various activities that require ice. And the fact of the matter, I think since the TLC was the last time we built any ice in our city, which is 20 years. So I'm supportive of the Twin Ice for sure. As for the spectator arena, I have a hard time swallowing a 7.5% to 8% hit to our taxpayers. Not that it won't bring benefit and the ability for our community to access this and utilize it for opportunities. It's just the last 5 years with the economy, there's a lot of tax fatigue out there right now. COVID's now underway. Our economy this is like the 6th, 7th year of a downwards trend. It will be really difficult to come to our taxpayers for something that is nice to have. And I would say a spectators arena is something nice to have. It would be great. We could have so many opportunities as a community, But financially, when we look at our long-term financials and try and be sustainable as a city, I'm not as comfortable as some of my colleagues of looking into that type of debenture for a single facility. We have needs in all areas of our community, whether it's in the arts and culture and green spaces, roads and sidewalks. That, you know, it's a tough one to sell. And when I start looking at the numbers themselves, I would much rather put our money, the limited money that we do have, into the needs of the community residents. And we do have needs of our residents to get on the ice and participate in lacrosse in the summer. So I'm very comfortable with going with the Twin Ice Arena. I would have to be really sold on the finances and the plan for a spectators arena. So those are just my opinions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Acker. And I think that's the part of the process where we have the opportunity, you know, to maybe take a look at a couple of those options and kind of narrow it down. But I appreciate the feedback on that. And I think one of the things that Mr. Fairbrother had alluded to, that they wanted to show, and to be honest, that the tax rate implications are not lowballed. Okay, we didn't, they didn't show it as a 2% tax increase or anything else, but I think the benefits would be related to, you know, creating some partnerships to reduce that and somehow being creative in a way of bringing that down. And I agree with looking at ways that we can bring that down. But anyway, thank you very much for your comments. And Councillor Stevenson.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the fellow council members for their comments. I agree with almost all of them. I think the SDC was only an idea if we had the support of our tri-municipal partners, and it just the way things are going, it doesn't appear that that is even remotely a possibility. So I'm happy to have that option drop as well. I think for me, I hope that we can be a little bit visionary here. And I think we have an opportunity to really define who Spruce Grove is over the next decade, and not just be about building 2 ice pads, whether that's a spectator arena or a twin arena facility. But I hope that we put some thought into this. And I think you actually did it with the Tri Leisure Center, where there was an opportunity to build an additional phase to it, but then things didn't happen. But I imagine that if we have the opportunity to go out and build this facility, it would be great to know that maybe that's just the first phase of other things that we can do, whether it's a cultural center, a theater, more facilities, because a lot of the cost, it seems, comes from the land purchase, building the roads, and the services. So if we can find a place in Spruce Grove, whether it's the West Wind lands, because we have land there, or somewhere else, it would be great to like explain to our residents that over the next 20 years even, that this is the place that we're going to start to build all of these facilities that we've identified, and that step 1 is ice, and that it will serve multiple purposes, whether it's in the summer or for various events, but that's not the end of it. But that there's an understanding that if, let's say, there is an increase in taxes, like 5 or 6%, that it's because we're putting in the expensive stuff to begin with. And that hopefully when we have phase 2 and phase 3 with other opportunities, that it's not as high because we've already built that infrastructure. So I really hope that we can be a little bit visionary there in terms of where we locate this. So if we do go out and have people present different options to us, I hope that's a consideration that we take pretty seriously. I would love to be able to sell that vision. I think it would set us apart if we had the type of campus. The second thing I would ask maybe to Mr. Fairbrother is option A is 30 million, option B is 52 million. If we're not comfortable with it sitting at 52 million, is it possible that we go out and say, you know what, we're comfortable with halfway in between. So we're happy with 43 million. Could you put together some options on what potentially a twin facility would look like at this amount, and whether it turns into just a twin pad or a spectator facility? I'd just be curious to know, especially with the economy the way it is, could we actually change what we're comfortable with in terms of the amount, rather than just saying we accept 30 or 52? Oh, you're on mute.
The simple answer is yes. You either design drives price or price drives design, and that is a reality. And you know, the relevant story in Spruce Grove was that we said we had 28 million for the tri-leisure, and it came in at 31, and we built it for 28, and nobody complained about anything in terms of the pieces that came out to build it for 28. It's and the same example in the downtown. The price on that never changed $1. It just became how much was going to go into it. And so if you don't, at some point, if you don't put a ceiling, you will never have a ceiling. There will always be other ideas, more things, etc. And therefore and so you do have to at some point just say that's what you got and figure it out.
Okay, that's good to know. And I think Councillor Oldham made a great point that, you know, we really haven't gone out and surveyed and gotten the data. It's always been about opinion and what we hear at doors, and it can change from what neighborhood or who you're speaking with. So I think we have to make this decision based on facts, but I think the facts aren't known by the residents. The facts consistently change, even for us. So I think it's also about telling that story on what we're trying to achieve, and whether that is, we can't build 15 major projects over the next decade. It's just not going to happen. But what we have said is that we're going to build 1 or 2 major projects, whether that's the skate park for the kids, and we're going to do this arena, but then this is what the next phase looks like. I think it's really setting that vision for people now that we're growing up as a city, and we can't ignore this. Like Councillor Acker said, you know, you've been talking about this for 12 years to build ICE. So I think if we can tell that story and people can start to visualize how the city of Spruce Grove is building and with the type of projects that go forward, it's an easier pill to swallow when it comes to where the money's going. People are not afraid to pay taxes if they understand the value. So for me, I think it's putting these pieces together, and that if we go out to the residents, that we have our ducks in a row in terms of what we're asking, and that it's not just a simple, not that I'm trying to complicate things, but I think people have to understand we're building a foundation. And if we build a foundation, what do you want that foundation to look like? But know that there's other opportunities coming forward. So you're not being left if you wanted a gym or you wanted maybe a cultural facility, but we're starting to build that foundation as we go forward. So I guess for me, I'd be curious about next steps on how we tell that story to our residents. So I think those are my comments for tonight.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson, and I totally agree with the idea. And one of the things that I've always talked about was carving off enough land to do stuff in the future, and making sure that we have have those opportunities there. And and we do have opportunities in our city with land for sure. So we'll have that opportunity to do that. And I think and what I liked what Elsa you said is something that Councillor McKenzie often says is telling the story about the benefits of what this facility will bring, and creating that vision for the future of the city. But thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be quick. So this might be one really long run-on sentence. I've agreed the multi-use SEC is out of our capacity, and so I am happy to take that off the conversation. I've struggled with the location because I think Councillor Steven used the word campus. It doesn't really feel like it fits with the campus genre. The email that we received today from the past or current president of the Spruce Grove Minor Hockey talked about tournaments and how they've been unable to successfully run tournaments, which are crucial to their fundraising. So it seems to me that more of a campus feel would be beneficial to those types of organizations. She also mentioned the Gemini project in Saskatoon or Saskatchewan, and I Googled it quickly, and it's actually a private facility. And it struck me that we've never really talked about trying to engage a private business to build ice. If they see the value for the Gemini project somewhere in Saskatchewan, I would have to assume that Spruce Grove has been a leader in recreational facilities. Why couldn't they find the benefits here? So I will put that out there. It also struck me that I have no idea how many hours a new facility would bring on stream and how many hours were perceived short. I think that would go a lot to tell the story to our residents of what we're looking to accomplish. I'm not expecting an answer. It's just something that we can maybe have a conversation about. As Councillor McKenzie mentioned, I often talk about the allocation of ice, and maybe that's, Mr. Wolanski gave me some relief in that they're talking about that regionally, but I feel like that could potentially give some temporary relief to our perceived shortage. There's probably some user groups that maybe get the lion's share that might have to share a bit in order to give an equal allocation so that we can talk about what our long-term vision is. My concern is, I'm very supportive of public input. My concern is that we only have about $71,000 left in our grant. And can we do that for 71,000? Did I say 71 million? $71,000. That's a question I would like answered. Can we do that in $71,000?
Well, I think you've got to bring some definition to the actual conversation with the public, because if you're going to have a conversation about which users use the facility in terms of hours, that is a legitimate conversation, but it's probably not necessarily part of this. It's the analysis that seems to have been agreed on numerous occasions by various reports that councillors have endorsed, is that you need 1.5 rinks. You're not going to build 1.5, you're either going to build 1 or 2. And so, in an ideal world, building 4 together clearly does tournaments, and that's why Twilliger was built the way it was, because that had that facility. But then the next facility wasn't built that way because it didn't need to be. And so, if you're truly looking to aggregate resources, and I don't want to get into a can of worms here, but you got potentially 4 ice surfaces at the Tri-Leisure. If you move the other uses to some other location, right? But we can go through. There's probably 50 different options here that are all actually legitimate. If your intention is for the city to work through that, that is going to take a pretty significant amount of time, simply because members of the public will have very, very different opinions and very, very different priorities. And if you're a hockey mum that wants hockey, that's as long as you get the hockey, you don't care what anybody else says. If you're the ringette mum, you got the same thing, and it's not mum or dad, it's both. So that is a reality of part of the engagement. If your engagement is around the best value for money in relation to what Spruce Grove can achieve, for the next 10 years, that will drive a conversation. If it's about building a campus, completely different conversation. Because nobody will talk about the ice, they'll talk about everything else. Simply because the ice is a done deal, like it's off the table. But everybody will talk about everything else, extreme sports, aquatics, everything. Everything you've got that are in your existing studies, those will come up because everybody wants them. There's no question. So,
well, and that actually leads me to another point about option number 4 was to pursue investigation of additional recreation considerations. I am in favor of that, but again, I'm leery of being in favor of that and spending a bunch more time and money, but yet I want to be thoughtful in my decision making. So I guess the point of the discussion was to whittle down our choices, not to make more. Mr. Wolanski had mentioned, what?
I was just going to, so here's just something to think about is you either build, you either use the tri-leisure model, and the reason you use the tri-leisure model is because you build things like a major workout facility because it's a profit center. And you use that to subsidize the pool because that's a big cost. The ice is ice. There's a cost of ice, there's a rate for ice, there's a changing room for ice. Whether that's a plug on, 2 fields for ice or 2 fields for soccer or 2 fields for ping pong or something else, it's a plug-in. There's certain elements that either cost you a lot of money and you need something else to offset that cost, or there's a high compatibility piece from an efficiency point of operating. And so the simple example of that is 1 ice plant for 2 rinks versus, or 1 ice plant for 3 or 4 rinks versus an ice plant per rink. And so there are some pieces of the jigsaw puzzle that make sense. But anything that looks or looks like a duck, swims like a duck kind of stuff around a multiple use facility is going to be more expensive than the SEC that you said you can't afford. So if you're going to engage the public in that, then you better change your aspiration about how much you want to spend. But I would also challenge you to find out where you're going to get that money. I'm not just being honest here, as I always am.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Mr. Wolanski had mentioned in the last 2.5 years that there at some point may have been an opportunity to contribute to Lewis Farms and add some ice on relatively inexpensively. Since that project has been shelved as of December 2019, is there an opportunity to do that still, or no? Has that ship sailed?
I actually don't know the answer to that. The project will come back on, at some, unless there's the project may come back on, and if it doesn't come back on, it'll be because the province has significantly changed the MSI formula. And if it's significantly changed the MSI formula, then we're going to be having a different conversation as well. But the idea that, in theory, absolutely. David just popped up there, so I don't know if he's going to pop back or not. Yes, he is.
There he is.
David.
No, I was going to say that, again, I agree with Simon in that we don't know the answer to that. One of the things, though, that, and I apologize because I've been cutting in and out. I think Councillor Oldham asked the question earlier about the regional discussions. Administratively, we've had a lot of those, but we also haven't got some direction that we want you to further those discussions and have some really work on options and alternatives, whether it's Lewis Farms, whether it's Stony Plain, etc. So we haven't had that discussion at the time. You're correct that it was too late, but now with it being shelved, we haven't had that since. If that's certainly something we can look into.
I'm getting out on a limb a little bit here, but I think if you're thinking of a couple of ice pads, whether it's tacked on to there or whether it's built here, in real terms, the cost probably wouldn't be that much different. You might argue it is because in the books they put all the servicing and stuff not as part of the cost of the facility. But in real terms, it's probably not that different. It goes back to my other point. You add certain assets that generate clearly defined revenue that also generates enough traffic. So the ice helps generate traffic for the gym because once you've watched Johnny play hockey for the 45th time, occasionally you just want to go and work out. Or there's a tournament that's 8 hours, you want to go work out. Like there's life's realities.
Absolutely. I just was trying to, I guess, to Mr. Wolanski's point, maybe suggest direction, because I feel like we're really siloed here. In part of our conversation over the weekend, there was a screen that Mrs. Frost had to put up that was talking about our capital expenditures, and there was a $15 million, but just a placeholder, not a commitment, that is potentially for contribution to a future project in the area, whether that's Stony Plain. So I don't want to forget that there may be some value and some benefit. And if you're looking for direction, I would be happy to make that motion to talk about those specific projects and bring back some options. Not that I'm trying to dissuade the obvious benefits to our city by building something. I know the economic drivers are clear and concise, but I also am trying to be respectful of our pretty tight purses. We indicated that we've got 12% left in our internal borrowing limit of 50% versus the province. And so I don't want to, overindulge, but I agree that we do need to do something. So, Mr. Wolanski, did you have your hand up? Did I miss?
Yeah, I was just going to add also, because Councillor Grockley, you had mentioned you're concerned about option 4 and spending more money to look at more things. Just to be clear, we would not spend any more money. That would be administrative work to kind of explore some of those options. It would only be money if we came back to you and said, do you want to pursue this, and then spend money on design, and then that's a decision. But to just do pursuing and looking at and discussing with, that would just be administrative part of our regular work.
Okay, so I guess I just will close with Councillor Stevenson had mentioned, and I think it's a really good way to look at it. What are we comfortable with spending, and what can we get for that dollar? Because I think that the reason why we've been talking, or it's been talked about for 12 years, is because nothing's been a good fit for the dollar. So maybe if we can agree with what we're comfortable in spending and we can see what we get, that's maybe an avenue to pursue. Because yeah, none of these options really are great for the dollar, but maybe we can find something that we're all can live with for the dollar. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grockley. And it's interesting when you talk about adding on something, and
you're breaking up, Mr. Mayor.
I actually talked to Mr. Farr. How's that sound? Better? No. I'm very reluctant to start adding items onto onto a project which I'm already finding to be expensive options, on all fronts. So to go and say, hey, how about adding this option or adding another option, exasperating the financial realities of where we currently are. I think the task at hand that we've spent years on is before us, and I'm hoping that this council will give some direction to administration to go out to the public in regards to the options. And I think one of the surprises probably is the one that I'm going to say that I'm agreeing with a number of councillors. That's a reality that the SEC is probably beyond our financial capabilities. We always try to to aim high and meet the needs of the city. And remember one thing is that this facility that we're going to build is going to be in our city for 30 years. And I would prefer not to build another Stu Barnes and Stu Barnes and Grant Fuhr Arena, but I would like to look at an option. And Councillor Oldham, I totally agree with what he said in regards to the opportunities to host, major basketball events, curling, and I'm going to add on the Royal Bank Cup and those things. And I also think there's an opportunity to partner with the group in the community to do some of those things that Councillor McKenzie talked about building skybox and stuff like that, where they're actually contributing to the how they want to see that facility built. So I'm going to go out and say that the SEC for me is a non-starter. as much as I've been convinced that that may be a good business model for the operating, the fact is that currently, I think the risk associated with it in our current financial situation are too high, and I'm very don't believe that it would be something that may be community groups would support, but even do in regards to the amount of money, and there might be an option for some realists. Am I breaking up? Some realistic points to look at options in regards to a competition to build something for us that would have a mid-size arena that would provide, that to continue to support a number of things we want to do in the community. So I guess going forward, that's the next step in the process is asking administration to, I guess ask administration to do some community consultation on two options for sure. I would support, and going forward without convoluting the conversation and going down a whole bunch of other rabbit holes right now. I think we got to focus on, the task at hand, and we've been 12 years to getting here, and hopefully we can get over that. Mr. Farbrother, I guess I'll conclude with that, and hope that administration can make some recommendations in regards to conversations about some public engagement, and and then bringing that back for review, and leave it at that. Go ahead, Mr. Farbrother. I hope my whole conversation wasn't lost with breakup, but
No, I think we got most of it, and could fill in the gaps. Council could either, at the end of this, pass a few motions to provide some level of direction. The alternative would be that, based on the, it probably makes sense for council to have a motion to say that, administration is directed to stop pursuing the entertainment facility moving forward. The second motion would be that administration provide an overview of the two alternative projects and the associated financials, and also the current financials of the city. And we would leave, it open for, other groups if they wish to bring up other needs, requirements, etc. Like some of the pieces that you have talked about ultimately have to play in a negotiation. There's been no negotiation yet around actually, building this, because you've got multiple players, and everybody's going to want to know who's paying what. If you're talking some form of ticket surcharge, everybody thinks that's their money. The government, the user groups, the hockey teams, etc. So you've got to bring some definition to. There's a negotiation that will ultimately show you what these prices are. The numbers that are in front of you shouldn't be too out of whack. These were, the $1 million was based on the St. Albert, Okotoks, Camrose, and Brooks facilities. Those are based on actuals. And all of those facilities would be considered somewhat comparable to Spruce Grove in terms of catchment area and the ability to attract events or not to attract events. So, I think what we would put together is a collage of information to the public and invite them to comment on that collage of information. And then we would share that back with you, and then you would provide us some direction. I think that's probably the next step. And so we need to go away and build that. But if you're comfortable with that, that would be the next step. And the focus of that collage of information would be around a 25-seat twin ice facility, well, a 2,500 seat single ice facility, and a community rink, or a twin pad. And then when you get into the negotiation side, it's pretty easy to add in clauses that say, you know, if you want to provide additional land for future growth, then you just, all you got to do is price that land and see what the various different developers and builders want, you know, what they really want to price land at that stage, as opposed to sticker prices. Okay, Wayne's got his hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Since Mr. Farbrother has suggested two motions, I would like to make the first one. I've been fighting this battle for quite a few years, and our city clerk wants to say something.
Go ahead, City Clerk.
Just to interject, Mr. Mayor, we just need to be careful that the motion that we make is an affirmative or positive motion. So we move to continue investigation of a multi-use sport and event center along with the second community ice service. And then if you choose not to take that route, then we would defeat that motion.
Okay, I'm not making that motion.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to double check. The advice was given that we would do a not to proceed. So I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
So probably there could be a motion that administration continue to pursue option 1 and 2. And therefore by default, you excluded 3.
Okay, I'm prepared to make that motion, that administration continue to pursue options 1 and 2. And I don't know beyond that what the wording would be. And in my mind, that excludes the Sports and Event Center. That's a battle I've been fighting. I told Councillor Oldham earlier, I've been fighting that battle for 7 years. I think it's probably been longer than that. And I'm very happy to see this come to this point. So I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Roth, accept that motion, and that motion, as Mr. Farbrother indicated, would just to be clear, will exclude the pursuit of the larger sport and event center as presented by our consultant management groups. So thank you very much for that. With that, I will call the question on the motion. Okay, that's been carried unanimously. So administration, thank you very much, Mr. Farbrother. Go ahead.
And then, Mr. Mayor, what we will do is bring back a proposal for public engagement for the August 18th meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then we can, and I just want to say in my, which I always say is, you know, this is just another step in the process, and I'm happy to see this step in the process get to this, to where a point where we're going to move forward with some community consultation and get to a point where we have to do some more work. And Mr. Farbrother, I want to thank you for the work you've done in putting this together, and the
as usual, a team effort.
I guess the systematic approach to everybody. Okay, with that, thank you very much. I've been asked by one of my colleagues if we could take a 7-minute bio break, and 5 minutes for Mr. Oldham. He wants 5. Michelle wants 7 or 8. Okay. So anyway, at this point, thank you very much for the conversation, and I will call the question. I won't call the question on the motion for a break. I'll just call it. We're going to have a 7-minute recess. See you back in 7. Bye. Oldham.
Carolyn, can you start Dave's video?
Absolutely. Just give me one moment.
Thank you.
Guess I better unmute, probably why. Anyway, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for coming back to join us. We have a bit more work to do. We're going on to, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, first of all, with that. And we're going on to item 11C, and we have Mr. Wolanski will be doing a presentation.
Mayor Houston, you're frozen again. May I recommend that potentially Councillor Oldham or Deputy Mayor Oldham chair?
I guess she's talking to Wayne on text. She's not listening.
Hi, Mayor
You were
Houston,
frozen.
you've frozen again. May I recommend potentially that Deputy Mayor Oldham chair the remainder of the meeting?
Okay. Am I frozen still? Okay, how's that? Is that problem? Go ahead.
That's better, I think.
You can hear me okay now? Okay. I shut off my, I closed off my iPad. I don't know if that, is it frozen again?
Mr. Mayor, the service is certainly spotty with your reception. Mr. Mayor, the service is certainly spotty with your reception. I would recommend us proceeding with Councillor Oldham chairing the remainder of the meeting.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Next on the agenda, we're moving on to 11C, the Meridian Housing Foundation. Mr. Wolanski, could you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Oldham. I don't have much to add. I think it's pretty straightforward. There was representatives from Meridian back in May that came to council, provided an overview with the proposed terms of reference. Feedback was provided not only from the City of Spruce Grove Council, but the other three councils. That feedback was taken into consideration, and the proposed terms of reference is brought forward for your consideration. You'll notice the motion does talk about endorsement versus approval. That's because the board actually would approve something, but certainly the four municipalities would need to endorse and support moving forward. And administration doesn't have any concerns with those terms of reference. And that's what I have to present.
Excellent. I would ask any of my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Can't quite see everyone, but if I scroll over, I might get everyone. I see Councillor McKenzie with her hand up. So I would ask Councillor McKenzie to go first.
Yeah, I just would like to speak to this. I really hope that our council does endorse this and the Meridian Housing Foundation is able to move forward. I think a lot of thought and process has gone into this, and I think it's a good thing for this board to move forward with this. So hopefully I can proceed with the motion after, if there's anybody else making the comments, but I look forward to our council supporting this. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McKenzie. I know you put a lot of work into this. Anyone else have any comments or questions before we have Councillor McKenzie put forward a motion? Seeing none, I'd ask Councillor Mackenzie to put forward the motion.
Sure, I'll move that council endorse the proposed Meridian Housing Foundation Board composition, members at large, terms of reference.
Excellent. And I'll give one more opportunity in case anyone wants to speak to that motion before I call the question on it. Seeing none, I will call the question on the motion. And I think between the city clerk and myself, we probably saw everyone there. And it looks like that motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Well, this was the easiest meeting ever to chair for part of. I just need a motion to go into closed session. We're now at our closed session agenda item, which is not open to the public. Council will return to the live stream once the closed sessions item is concluded. I'd like to ask for one of my colleagues to read the motion to go into closed session. You must read the motion in full. I'm looking for hand. Oh, I see Councillor Grillkey. There may have been other hands, but we're going to go with Councillor Grillkey.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll move that council meet in closed section under sections 19 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, respecting confidential evaluations and advice from officials.
Excellent. I acknowledge that motion being made by Councillor Grillkey, and I call the question on the motion. And it looks like that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I'll now call for a recess and we will come back after our closed session is completed.
Just a reminder, Mayor and Council, please turn off your video and mute your microphones. Thank you.
All right, I think I see all members of council are back. So we will come out of closed session, back into open session, and I would ask one of my colleagues on council to read a motion. Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I move that council approve and authorize the mayor to sign the revised city manager agreement. Would be my first motion.
Thank you, Councillor Acker. Any questions or comments from any of our colleagues? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. And that motion has carried unanimously. And there we go. I got muted by our host somehow. I believe there's one more motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Acker, do you want to go 2 for 2?
Sure, I will. I'll move that the revised city manager agreement remain confidential in accordance with the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, Section 17(1), regarding disclosure harmful to personal privacy.
Excellent, thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. And that also looks to be unanimous.
Carolyn
Didn't need
has
to
her,
do it.
Sorry, we need one more motion for the night.
Carolyn has her hand up. City Clerk.
Oh, sorry, City Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It came to our attention while we were reviewing the Arena Complex Project RFD and motion that there was a discrepancy between the PowerPoint presentation options and the options that were presented within the RFD. So I respectfully ask that council reconsider the motion that was made to ensure that it's quite clear that option 1 and 2 is referring to the PowerPoint presentation deck. And so we are, the intent was essentially to proceed with pursuing investigation of a standalone twin ice facility and additional recreation considerations identified in the indoor facility strategy.
And can we make that a friendly amendment and just re-vote on it, or do we need to actually make the full motion?
Unfortunately, no, because the motion was already made and voted on. We do need a motion to reconsider and then a motion to amend.
All right, I'll ask for a motion to reconsider the Arena project motion. Councillor McKenzie.
Can it get reread, please?
Absolutely. One moment, please. So the motion that we are looking to reconsider is that council authorize administration to proceed with investigation of a new facility or facilities as outlined in options 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Councillor McKenzie was going to put a motion forward to reconsider, and then we can have discussion.
Okay, I will put forward that council reconsider the previous motion made for administration to proceed with the investigation of a new facility or facilities as outlined in options 1 and 2.
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. Questions or comments on that motion? Councillor Grocke.
And just for clarification, because I feel like I heard Ms. Gray say that additional recreation considerations, and I just want to make sure that option 1 is the twin ice surface and option 2 is the spectator, just for
So at the
clarification.
moment, we're just getting rid of the old motion, then we'll, so this,
Okay.
that's where the
Okay.
error.
City Clerk,
Fine.
is that, are we okay to proceed?
Yeah, so we just need to vote on the motion to reconsider first, and then we can make the motion that's desired.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. That passes unanimously. And now I will ask a colleague to read the motion.
I wonder if Ms. Gray, would you give us the motion that's supposed to be read next?
Certainly. Just need to look at my other screen here. So that council authorize administration to proceed with investigation of a new facility or facilities as outlined in options 2 and 3. And so council, for your reference in the RFD, the options 2 and 3 are pursue investigation of a spectator ice facility along with second community ice surface. And option 3 is pursue investigation of a standalone twin ice facility. So just want to double check that those are the 2 options that you were looking for.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Councillor Roth, any other question?
No, but maybe given the fact that I haven't got all that written down, so if I could just, with your consideration, Councillor Oldham, I'd like to make the motion that the city clerk just read.
I'll defer to the city clerk to ensure that that meets the, that's all right? All right.
Absolutely.
Motion accepted. Any questions or comments on the motion? Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just a question. In the RFD, it also has an add-on to there, and that further public consultation be conducted. Is that going to be included in this motion?
Councillor Roth, friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Councillor Acker. Good clarification. Any other questions or comments from any of my colleagues? I can't see anyone, so I can't see everyone. So if you are looking for a question, go ahead. All right, seeing none, I will call the question on the motion. Excellent. That appears to have passed unanimously. And now I think we need one more motion.
I'll move to adjourn, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grocke. And I'll move that forward. Call the question on the motion. And that looks to be unanimous. And we're done. Thanks, everyone. That was fun.
Good job, Mr. Deputy. Good job. First time we've had hosted a council chair from outside of the community. This is a new first for the city.
City Clerk, City Clerk, are we offline now?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, John Boy.